Wrong. So you're wrong, Brian. I'm going to post something to answer all your questions. When we have,
all right, good.
This is one of my customers a long time ago. And I just thought of it a second ago. One of my customers a long time ago.
Did you post the bottle track?
Would you let me?
I will read it.
Why are you not able
go
to
ahead.
finish a sentence? I'm really curious. Thank you. So I got a website here that will talk about water being used at 60,000 psi. This is a company that makes a product that uses water to cut things. And so it's at 60,000 psi. And so water is compressible. It talks about it. And I'm putting in the chat right now. I encourage you to read this. You might learn about how water works at higher pressure, why it is compressible.
I will read it. I will read it, but I'm not going to believe it until I see you with what you've seen. See, for you to believe it, you had to see it. You've seen that jar crack open. You said everybody knows. I
didn't have to see
it. If everybody's seen it, Zanuck, I want to see it too.
Well, no, Zanuck is a believer, man. He didn't just see that and believe it. He probably believed it without seeing it.
He said everybody's seen it.
Read this particular article. Everyone knows it. I said everyone knows that water is denser at the depths of the Marianas Trench.
I'm not talking about density, okay? I'm talking about
the density is what you're talking about.
Compressing.
Because
I'm talking about
not pressure. It's not pressure. It's the density. Because when the density of that water is brought, it requires.
I'm not talking about density, Zanuck. We can change density multiple ways, bro.
You're giving me a headache. I can't even deal with you anymore. Sorry.
Zanuck has met his match?
Sorry, man. I wasn't trying to give you a headache, man. But I'm just trying to cut you off because I'm not trying to.
No, you can't cut me off. You're giving me a headache.
We can add salt and add density, bro. Okay? I'm talking about physically compressing water, bro. Nothing else.
Oh, and I didn't mean intellectually. I just meant annoyingly.
Go to Kenapali. You gotta have.
That'd be a great way of storing energy, man. Pressurized water with shrink water, not pressurize it. I know we can pressurize water. Obviously, look at hydraulics. When I think of that, I think of a plunger up against water, like a squirt gun. I can, push the plunger in and pressurize the water. That's the implication of it not compressing. To me, in my mind, and the harder we push, the further the water is going to go.
Do you really think it's a good way to store energy?
I think it's crazy. I'm just trying to bring up some.
Or is it just like a dangerous way to store energy?
It's impossible, man. They're not squeezing extra water into a container, in my opinion. I was just bringing up implications of that.
Yeah. Well, I'd say it kind of doesn't matter because at the extremes, all the physics break anyway. So as long as it's practical and you can use it on Earth, that's the good stuff.
And it also seems to me that, like, if you're using a water jet to cut shit, if it compressed, it wouldn't be that effective in my mind anyway. If it compressed instead of forcing its way on through, whatever, man, it just seems like it would. I don't know. I was messing with him earlier, talking about you're gonna have to change Big G because there's actually way more water at the bottom of the ocean, But it's, to my knowledge, it's an external force. It's what they call gravity, and air pressure, things like that.
Well, the amount of water compared to like the amount of mass of the supposed Earth, right? It's not really important. It's not that much. There's so much more Earth.
That's the main factor of with gravimeters. What they claim anyway is
what's the main factor?
Key component is they say water is the key component of the function of a gravimeter. But I'm not even so sure about that either. That's what I heard, if I remember right.
I don't know about that. What? How dense or how heavy is a teaspoon of the center of the Earth?
Man, I don't know, man. That'd be about 3.5 miles down, wouldn't it? Or 4 miles down? I could never go that deep. They probably have.
What? No, it'd be 4,000. Be 4,000 miles down.
Ain't nothing 4,000 miles down nowhere.
Well, that's what I know. I'm talking about in the construct.
Yeah, right. You're talking
In the
about
construct, there's a black
I hate
hole that will
talking
break all
about
your
this
physics.
fucking globe nonsense, dude. I fucking hate it. It's so
Yeah, no,
regressive.
hey, at the end of a rainbow, there's a pot of gold. At the end of the radius, there's a 2,000-ton teaspoon of water.
It's a pot of globe.
In the construct, there's a black hole that will break all your physics in two.
Yeah. So I just wondered if somebody has the. I'm sure there's like a factoid somewhere about how heavy a teaspoon of the center of the Earth would weigh, but it really doesn't matter to me.
The sad thing is that you can calculate that with math. Some people might believe it.
Well, they do.
Dude, that is exactly how this all started. Now that you bring it up, when I started pressing the subject,
because they have to.
When he said he gave up, he said 1.8% bigger. So I asked him, okay, well, then mathematically, if we were to do such and such amount of water, and how much would it be? And he's like, well, it wouldn't work that. I'm like, no, I mean just mathematically. He wouldn't give me the mathematical answer. And that's when I started pressing it. That's when I realized he was making shit up, because I knew he wasn't really doing math. He just read something. He acted like he did a freaking math on the spot equation and worked it out when I know he read it.
Dude, everybody knows the center of the Earth is a 1 billion pound teaspoon of Earth.
It's like a paradox.
Everybody knows.
Like a paradox, how much water can fit in a liter of water.
Yeah.
Common knowledge, man.
Yeah, it's just
in math. Black hole.
It's just math. I know.
No, because at the center of the sun, here's the formula, so it works. The math works.
Yeah. Wait. So a teaspoon of a neutron star, how much is that again? And is it
2,000 tons, I think.
Is it liquid?
Yeah, no, it might be 2 trillion tons. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like that's why they have to claim that it's a little bit compressible without ever demonstrating or showing us.
Simon
Dan have their black holes, right? Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. Go ahead, bub.
No, Simon Dan would know what would be a teaspoon of the center of the sun. Chris Cox would know that.
I'm gonna mess with Zanik when he comes back. I hope he hears me, man. I'm gonna mess with you. I hope he laughs and not get mad. But yeah, according to Zanik, man, I'm just joking, Zanik. I'm not really putting words in your mouth, but I'll just mess with you. But like according to Zanik, he could squeeze air out of water. He could squeeze oxygen and hydrogen out of water if he squeezed it hard enough. And he could squeeze a dog.
I never said anything like that.
No, you just missed his preface.
Yeah, I was just joking with you, man.
I just heard that, my name.
Yeah, I know. He missed the preface. He's just taking the piss out of you.
It's weird because, you think about compressing water and you try and think of the opposite of that, and without thinking of heat and all that. Like, how could you stretch water? Now, air, we can stretch, and also, but if you have water and you're trying to draw water, like if you see a vacuum underwater, I really recommend, Zanik, go watch Action Lab. I know you're looking up that shit, but you won't find it, I don't think. But go watch Action Lab and you'll see, or watch my video on Flat Earth Test. You'll see where he made a complete vacuum, or the best he could, and then he put it underwater and filled the container up with water. Okay, so he put a vacuum underwater, and it was bubbling the whole time like it does with oxygen. I was thinking, man, maybe it's boiling or something. How is it doing that? And it was so buoyant, dude. It was more buoyant than anything. That's what I was trying to tell him earlier. A vacuum is the most buoyant thing on Earth. There's nothing lighter. There's nothing less dense. And so he could barely push it underwater. It was funny. He's laughing. And so he dunked it underwater and started filling it up with water. But it was still bubbling vigorously in the center. And that told me. And then when he got it all the way full, there was like a tiny little bubble. So it wasn't boiling. It wasn't air because there's no air in there. But it just showed me that even a vacuum is something, because in a void, filling that water up, it was bubbling like crazy, like it was bubbling vigorously. And you learn things when you do hands-on shit. Some of it's counterintuitive, like that balloon underwater. I couldn't believe that when I seen that the balloon inflating just from drawing a vacuum above it. Like, how's the pressure going through water? It's kind of counterintuitive, but that's what happens. And but that told me that there's no such thing as a void. Even when we draw all the air out, there's still something in there, because I seen that shit bubbling underwater with my own 2 eyes. But then you can't stretch water, though. Like you can't. You could put pressure on it, pressurize it, but you can't compress it. You can't make it smaller, but you can't stretch it either. Now, air, you can physically stretch gases. I don't know. That's kind of how I look at things too. After seeing that video and seeing that vacuum was full of something that was, acting against the water, or what do you call it? Acting with it. Anyway, it was reacting, whatever that was in there, and that void that was reacting vigorously with the water was, it's something we don't talk about or we don't know much about. But what it told me was that like maybe air is not all these little bouncy balls, little molecules. Maybe when we stretch it, we're actually stretching the air, not separating the molecules, and then we're squeezing the air together. So it's like flexible.
He has a vacuum underwater.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to Flat Earth Test, I got a bunch of different examples in one video to try and come up with some. Called a vacuum underwater, I think, about a couple months ago. But pretty cool video. But to me, does anybody else think that it's that air is like stretchable and compressible, or does everybody think it's little molecules that spread away from each other?
I think in there you can compress anything. I don't know why you couldn't. You just need more power to press it, more pressure. Even elements.
Yeah, if you could compress it at all, then it'd be an infinite process. There's no triggering mechanism. Either you can compress something or you can't.
They've explained this, though. They've explained this. They've said that in the black hole there's so much gravity that'll compress things. Right? They've said
they
that,
could show it on paper too. They could show it mathematically.
Right, but not in reality.
Nobody
But
can show, like I said, more than 1 liter. But
not in art.
When it comes to adding 1.18 liters of water into a 1 liter bottle, that's where they start having problems. You go to look it up, you'll be on a wild chase like Xanax trying to find a water cracking from the water itself expanding. I'd be shocked if you find. I'll be surprised. I won't be shocked.
Do you believe in nuclear bombs? You can split an atom and have a bomb explosion.
Yeah, we wouldn't even need nuclear bombs. We just use water, right?
You wouldn't really need a nuclear bomb. You just need to split an atom, and then there you go. You wouldn't need plutonium.
I don't believe it the way they describe it, man. I got my own little twist.
Plutonium is toxic.
Yeah, when you add enriched uranium to the plutonium, you get that blue flash. If they want to say that it's atoms or the nucleus atoms splitting, it's some kind of chain reaction, But I don't know. Galen Windsor kind of, when I watched him, he had me skeptical about all the shit they say, man. But they do have the math that works and everything. So I don't argue against it too much, Be like arguing against Ohm's law or something. Look, we have voltmeters. So just because it's not all that fucking, just because when you scale it, it's fucking it fucks up sometimes when you it races, but for the most part, it works. So why argue against Electron? It's kind of a waste of time. We have a model, and it gives us the voltmeter and other shit. So why argue it? Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? For
Why?
drizzle. For drizzle.
Waka waka.
I was watching that movie earlier. It had me laughing. The Rock was taking people down a little river tour, and he had a bunch of gizmos set up. He had this contraption when he cut a rope, it dumped a bunch of water in this little conveyor, and it conveyed its way from a small cliff or whatever down to the jungle river they were on. And he's like, wait for it, watch. And all of a sudden it reaches the end and it starts pouring like a little mini waterfall. And he's like, look at that. And they're like, what? What is that? What's the big deal? He's like, the backside of water. I was like, the fucking backside of water. He's sitting there said it like he made up a new word, like it's a phenomenon or something, dude. That shit had me laughing my ass off. The backside of water.
It is trippy though to think the backside of a waterfall that's just falling like right in front of you. Just like dive in there. Usually, like they show like a tunnel, like a cave, and then it's blocked by a waterfall, like a secret hideout. You can bury treasure in there and shit, like in the movies. Nobody will know because the waterfall is always blocking it. Secret hideout.
Honeycomb hideout.
That's right.
How come I can't get a website with .flat? I mean, they have all these other endings like app or dev or net or .org, .com. I want .flat. I want to own earth.flat.
Yeah, trademark it, man. Or whatever you do to it.
To open those up. They open up to everything else. .biz, .com.
There is no .flat, but there is a .earth. So, yeah, there's only certain domain extensions.
So see if you can get flat.earth. There you go.
You can't just get any extension, secondary extension like that, but you can get there is a .earth domain.
Sorry, that probably means flat.earth is taken already. Sorry.
Big ass snow globe.
Well, there is one website that's available actually. Flat dot something. I'm not going to say it.
Dude, when you start, Dude, when you start looking into some of this stuff, it's like, man, it me toward the creator more and more when you see all the speed limits and stop signs in nature. It's crazy, dude. Like when they're talking about I mean, I could go on and on with examples, but when of where it's so hard to prove shit. It's so hard to prove shit in nature, man. And it's like even mapping shit. They were talking about earlier, about mapping globe or flat, you know. And I was like, you know, to really get a distinction, you got to have a map so damn big to prove it. It's so hard. And then, you know, you think it'd be easier with airplanes and all that, but then there's always a stop sign. It's like so then they have to use strip data and shit, and then you start coming into refraction of looking at the pictures and how much to shrink them down before you combine them and shit. And it's like, dude, there's always something in nature that makes shit difficult, or some way you can counter argue just about anything anybody says, man. But you know, when you look deep, when you go deep, I think you said something like that to that extent earlier. But to me, it's like speed limits and stop signs all over nature. And when you start seeing them, you start realizing, man, it's got to be a creator, man, to have made this shit so elegant like this.
Well, life just doesn't pop forward like from clay and heat. Like you don't see cells popping out anywhere, you know. Life starts from life, not from non-life. So you don't see it. I don't see how you can think it can happen without a creator. We haven't observed that, have we?
No, not from lack of effort. They fucking damn sure trying.
And they have scientists in labs trying to make shit, you know. Think about this think about that, and they can't. So if science can't make it, what makes you think that nothing can make it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no shit. They're forcing so many different scenarios. They're forcing every natural environment that possible, pretty much, you know. And yeah, so even with the science, yeah, how in the hell could nature do it? What would make it even want to do it? What would be the mechanism? You know, however you want to word that, yeah, it'd be impossible. So you just have an explosion all of a sudden. I'll give them that. But now you have all this matter and turned into us just because of time. It's crazy. So time. That's why I say time is always their cause. They love time as an independent variable. It might be an independent variable that in a portion of a test. In other words, you can put it as your independent variable when you look into science, but it's never the lone cause. Okay, but you have to have time. That's like saying, you know, if time, then everything. You know, you can't do nothing without time. It's just around us. But if you want to put a clock on something, you know, you can. But ultimately, it's a control variable because you got to set the amount of time, and everything else you test, every chemical you add, or you have to use that same amount of time. You have to control it. It's never the cause of an effect. But it's always a factor if you want to look at it like that. But it's a control variable. That's my argument with them when they try and say time is an independent variable. So just give enough time and anything could happen, right? According to them.
Man, some of these website names are funny.
Let's hear a couple.
I don't want to give them away, and then they'll get all bought up.
Oh, you talking about like domains?
Yeah. Domain name. Well, look, I've had an idea for a long time. So one of my ideas is to advocate or promote that everybody storm the North Pole, whether by foot or boat or however you want to go there, plane, whatever. But the idea would be that people from all around the world would just start traveling north all at once.
I was just thinking about this last night, man.
And then, I mean, they wouldn't be able to stop everybody. And I wonder what would happen.
Why not? Why couldn't they just machine gun everybody?
Yeah, it's heavily defended, man. Don't they have the early warning and that? Okay.
Well, I mean, heavily defended, yeah, but could they really lock on to all targets at once and have enough manpower or weapons or technology to blast every single person that would make an attempt? Like,
I think the only way to do it is to have the military on your side.
Well, let's say 50,000 people individually, independently make their trek up there. That's a lot of fucking people.
Sounds like a kamikaze mission.
I mean, it's a cool thought, though, man, because, why the rules and restrictions, man? They act like they're so damn concerned for everybody. That's why you can't go, because your compass is going to point you in the wrong direction. Oh, horse shit, dude. If that's the whole point, this ain't even your country. This is the North Pole, supposedly the North Pole of your planet, the axis.
Well, a lot of these globe earthers, they say that you can just go to the North Pole. That's their narrative these days. They're like, yeah, you can just go there, man, go. So
nobody is allowed directly over the pole. They always go around it.
Yeah, it's even a no-fly zone, man. They got the early warning. They put so much money in military for that region. They don't talk about it a lot, but they've got budgets.
They never talk about it, ever.
Yeah, there are budgets, though. It's on paper. You got to do the digging, but they got, like I said, just the early warning defense system alone covers a big portion of that region, man. And what they need all this money for, man, for radar. Like, I don't know, man. I was thinking here's a funny thought I was having. Like, they're talking about bouncing a fucking radar off the moon back in 1960, and they couldn't prove it, and they sent it to whoever lab. And they said, yeah, that's a radar signal, all right. That's bouncing off the moon. That's right. He claimed it, and they went with it. I was thinking, man, if it's such a great reflector of radar, we should go get next time we go up there, or they send a robot or whatever up there. We need to get some of that stuff and just sprinkle some moon dust on boats and planes and all that, because we could detect them motherfuckers from anywhere on Earth. They reflect radar better than anything, moon dust or whatever. Radar, fucking, you could bounce a radar signal 240,000 miles off moon dust. But, then when you look into it being all serious, all bullshit aside, like concrete, dust, shit like that shit, water, anything fine, I mean, soil, that shit absorbs radar. Doesn't even reflect radar. But this moon dust, boy, that shit reflects radar fucking infinitely. These planets, well, they reflect radar. We need to get some whatever these planets are made out of, so we can quadruple our range of radar. Just put a little sprinkle of moon dust in the spot, a little sprinkle of Mars rock or something.
There's so many of these web domain name endings, but a lot of them are just dumb. Like, how do I make my own domain name ending?
You can't. You have to own the rights to get those, and you have to have a certain legalese.
Host. You can make it though, can't you? Just gotta have a host, don't you? Not sure.
Well, you can change the beginning of a website name, like instead of www, you can make it like bigwiener.co or dot whatever spacerace.net, but the net part you can't. It's got to be like pre-made. Like, you can select one, but you can't make one. They got vision, they got dot photography, Dot
It's like a
Vegas.
license plate. You can't have two of the same ones. It's like a license plate.
Dot rest. Dot tube. Dot gifts. Dot fitness. Dot dental. Dot recipes. But I can't like make my own.
You can't make your own unless you pay a lot of money and submit it, and then it has to go through a whole process. You have to have lawyers and stuff. But because there's only certain ones that ICANN allows, but there are a lot more now than there used to be.
So
You can
who
pick
do
your
you
own
need
name.
permission from? Who do you need the permission from, and who's stopping you? Who's claiming ownership of this?
Well, I think if you want to create your own domain extension, you have to I don't know the whole process, but yeah, I think you have to apply for it, and you have to I'm sure there's money involved to get it approved and all that. Yeah, it's the whole whatever administration. I mean, ICANN, ACANN, or sorry, ICANN. I forget what it stands for, but that's the main organization that does all these domain name stuff, registrations and stuff.
So it's not like the water. Like there's endless supply of water. You want water, you don't got to buy it. Go scoop it out the damn river. So it's something that somebody actually owns, or is it intellectual property? I mean, does anybody know how that works as far as, or who owns it to give it to you? Or is it that you can get it, but then they'll take it and say that you were supposed to pay for it, or you broke a law? I mean, what's stopping you from physically creating a name? Like, for example, look, I got a concrete company.
Well, if you're talking about
so
in domain names, there's .com, .net, .whatever. That's like a particular registration that has to work through the internet and through all that stuff, servers and whatnot, for that to actually be an extension. And so there are a lot more now. Yeah, what it takes to create one, I don't know. But like I said, you have to apply for it, then they have to approve it and all that stuff.
Okay, because I own a concrete company, right? And I've had a website for I changed my name, but my new company, I've had it for since the end of 2015. Okay, so it's been about 6 years. So my website, I used GoDaddy to host it, and I pay them a little bit of money every year, and they host it, and it comes up, pretty quick on searches and all that shit. But if I quit paying them, I wonder what would happen. Would it still be up there? But but the main thing is, I was thinking is,
you own a domain name. You can register and buy a domain name, and then you have to host whatever website on it. So yeah, if you quit, you probably have it registered and hosted all on GoDaddy. So yeah, but the domain is usually yearly, and then the hosting is monthly usually.
Yeah, I got a guy who helps me with it, but I was thinking like as far as a business license for the city, if I'm talking to somebody, they say, you have to get a business license over to business. Well, technically, I could go pour driveways or whatever without a business license or any of that shit, but it's just a rule. So that's kind of what I was trying to figure out, if it was a rule or if it's just something you can't do. And that's kind of what I was asking. But no, but you kind of answered it.
I haven't made a website in so long.
I've never made a website.
Oh, it's good to get into it a little bit. It's a lot easier than it used to be. Like, you don't even need to make a website anymore. You got these websites where you just press like a couple buttons and the whole thing just pops up like a Jack in the Box.
That's how it is making videos. Like when I seen it, it's like, I got some ideas. I want to make a few videos, and I've just had to figure out, to get an editor. Actually, it popped up on a guy's screen. I would have never even really thought about it, but I think who was it? One of the smaller channels. I was watching one of his videos, and his photo editor popped up on the screen at the end of one of his videos, and I was like, that's how he's making videos. So I looked that up and realized it's an editor. And it already has everything all put together where you just add the pictures or do screen records and shit. And then it's all in one little program. So, yeah, if it's as easy as that, then yeah, nowadays it shouldn't be that hard.
I just looked up. I was looking up a little bit more how to create your own actual domain extension. You know, like a .com. Like if you want to create, you know, dot whatever is like your own. It is the ICANN International Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, and this is saying here that the non-refundable application fee is $185,000, and then there's like additional like applications, and it's kind of interesting. I figured that's what it was, but I just looked it up. So yeah, it looks like you need to be like, this is saying at least a $500,000 company to even start your own.
That's crazy, man. So hey, give me $185,000 and I'll give you my permission.
Yeah, and I wonder who runs this stuff.
I'll give you a
like who really runs this? You know, this ICANN, they're basically controlling the entire internet and every name and extension, which is what all the servers run through. Like, this is so centrally controlled. It's crazy.
Yeah, hey, and more than that, it ain't $185,000 because you still might not even get the permission. So give me $185,000 and I'll determine an answer whether you can or can't.
Yeah, non-refundable. So yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Well, that keeps most people out of it. Yeah. Well, I mean, these are all the extensions that because to go anywhere on the internet, you have to put, you know, dot something. So it's like if they shut all this off someday, like we couldn't use anything.
I wish we had more accountability.
How centrally controlled.
Dude, I'm gonna make a TV show or a YouTube channel called They. I'll call it They, and I'm gonna go around trying to find like people at, you know, top positions and shit. You know, if I could just get a couple right off the bat, then it could kind of establish itself. But call the show They, and then find like the top guy. You know, just go to a local power plant or something, and ask them some questions, do a little interview, and then try and go to, you know, just work your way up, go into bigger shit, so we can find out who and what, you know, the day. Like, it's crazy, man. Trying to find shit, trying to learn things. The wall and the red tape to go through to most shit you never even know. Like who is really controlling such and such, you know, the money or the computers and all this other shit. Who's really at the top? Not common knowledge, I'll tell you that. But even if we did it to like promote them and make them look good, you know, they don't even want to. They just rather stay private, completely private. Like, I don't know. Like the FBI, they raided James O'Keefe's house before he even woke up in the morning for bullshit. Like, who made that available? Okay, you know, you could say a lot of things. Okay, what gave us the permission to go bomb such and such? You could say the president. Okay, but some internal shit like FBI or CIA, who is calling the shots? You know, are they really accountable for things? I don't know. So the fact of the matter is, I don't even know who to point a finger at. All I can say is they this, they that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I would say that one group has essentially taken over the world to where, especially after World War II. So now it is a they, because they basically run the United Nations. They run all the countries, militaries. I mean, they've had to take over, you know, even after World War II, they still had to do all this stuff. They've still taken over a lot more countries, but at this point, and then they're connected through the Federal Reserve and banking systems and all that. So it is a big they for sure. I mean, back like before World War I, it was probably less that way, but especially now after World War II, it's crazy.
I mean, if you think about it, dude, it'd be dangerous in a way to be that isolated, man. To be that isolated is dangerous because, you know, somebody could find out, okay, or just inadvertently just fucking you could die or something like that, and basically everything you have would be whoever killed you for the taking. They could come take you out and own everything. But if you had like a lot of family, friends, and all that, you got people constantly around you. So even if you killed somebody, you're not going to get their shit, or any of the power they have, because it's going to go to their son or their wives and shit like that. But so it seems like it'd be kind of dangerous to be so isolated and unknown, because anybody could just power could probably pass a lot easier than people think if you could just find the motherfuckers. Not promoting killing somebody with a lot, but I'm just speaking hypothetically.
I wasn't really able to follow that. What do you mean by isolated?
Just think isolated, like you can't just go kill the king. You can't go shoot the president and become president. Okay, you'll get took down and all that because everybody's around him. Cameras are always on him, family, friends. The vice president will become president. But if you're so secretive because you're so damn rich and everything, and you're isolated from people, and it'd be a matter of just a few people knowing what these people know because they're so busy, hiding under the radar. And
okay, I guess I know what you mean. You're saying like let's just say for a minute there's like, I'm just gonna throw a number out. Let's say there's 30 families that run the world. Just throwing a random number. Yeah, what you're saying, I think I see what you're saying now, is that those 30 families, even though they might have all this power, whatever, like Federal Reserve, all that shit, but they're actually pretty isolated compared to the rest of us. 30 families is nothing compared to however many millions of families, So yeah, I see what you mean. If it is like a few, like a fairly small number of controllers, whoever they are isolated. Yeah, that's a good point. And maybe that's why they build up all the military and all this other legal shit, and they clearly have a lot of like protection around them, but we way outnumber them. So I think I know what you mean. If that's
that makes sense to what you were saying. That supports what you were saying earlier, like them agencies you were saying. You didn't name them specifically, but just saying today, like so the intelligence, so any intelligence agency. So if there's like 30 main families, so there's just a couple in every country. So the people intelligence could, they find out who these people are, or whatever, and go in like they raided James O'Keefe shit and these privateers and just wipe out their family, a few families, and bam, you own all that shit. That's crazy. Yeah, that makes sense. They'd have access, and intelligence agencies would have the power and the.
Well, but someone would have to go against them, because if they're running it, that means that they have some control over it. So people would have to basically go against them somehow, somewhere in the chain.
Yeah. It should be.
It's like getting to the military, like up the ranks. You know what I mean? Like, who has the ability to really make a change in the military? Just to say, no, we're not going to do that, or we are going to do that. And if something shifted in that system, then yeah, the whole thing could change. Because like you said, the small families, whatever they are somewhat isolated. They obviously have a pretty big network going on. It's not a small thing, but it would only take people at some level of it to either turn against each other or something in order for it to shift.
You said the word network, right? So maybe these 30 families are structured underground, and they have like a power source where they have connections to the world up here on the ground level, and they have a network to make sure everything works right.
Yeah, I think they're on other continents. I don't even think they're in our countries. They're on other continents and underground.
Well, that's the thing.
They gotta have networks, don't they?
They're untouchable. You can't get them. You have to know who they are. And how you know who they are.
That's what I meant. They're so isolated. If somebody could find them and get to them, they own everything they own. And
right.
But that's why I guess the internet's their best friend. Now, so saying that, we don't have to worry about anything happening to the internet because that's their best friend.
But if there was 30 families, they would back each other, right? Somewhat, So then it'd be tough to overthrow all of them. It'd be impossible because they'd back each other. So, and that's why I think that there's really no wars nowadays.
If
The word's
30 families
fabricated.
know where you live, if 30 families know where you live, then that's not really the example I was given. If that's how it works, then pretty much I withdraw my statement. I'm talking about like the people who we don't even know who the fuck these people own, like they're isolated, but maybe it's a different scenario. But I was just kind of throwing
No,
out
like you can, let's say
hypotheticals.
there's 30 families, right? Let's say each continent, right, has, let's say 5 families, right? And they live underground mainly, but they come up whenever they want. But they control like the puppet masters, right? They control the strings. They have a couple guys that control the military, politics, government, education, CIA. You know what I mean? So if they had it set up right, it'd be impossible to overthrow them because you can never get to where they are all at once. All they'd have to do is send the hitman after you if they needed to, or poison you, make it seem like an accident, and you're gone.
Well,
That
I
same
don't
thing
doubt.
is how we could get to them.
It's a big criminal network. I don't doubt that, and I'm sure they have their control within like countries and CIA and FBI's and all this shit. So, however, there's so many of us, and it's all like just sitting on the technology, like Brian was saying, just like the internet and the phone lines and all this stuff. So it's kind of whatever. No matter how much control they have over the Federal Reserve, the military, all that stuff, like it's still kind of a thin line at the end of the day. I mean, there's so many of us and so few of them. And maybe that's why they're going so hardcore with it. Like maybe that's why they go so hardcore with the news, the BS, like all that stuff, because they know that.
It's calculated, dude. You're right, and everything they do has to be calculated. Think about this. So the only way we could find them is from their fucking mistakes. So they can't just, like when this shit first started, they couldn't just go kill Mark Sargent because the people around him, if it was that easy, the next motherfucker like me, or not me, but type of thing, could lay a trap. Okay, lay a trap and just wait on, basically bait the motherfuckers. They can't just go killing everybody that they don't agree with. They have to. Everything they do has to be calculated.
Did you say
because if you caught the motherfucker he sent, listen, if you caught the person he sent, you could get the information of the next guy above him and go to him and get the information. There's no.
Hang on,
see what I'm saying?
Look, you guys. Did you know that Jaron is being investigated by the FBI?
Can you show me any information about that?
No, I just heard it.
Oh,
It might be true, it might not be true. But did you know that there's like 3 dead flat earthers, like in the last month?
Should be illegal, man.
How many dead followers? Who?
Probably 1 billion. But the point is it might be something. You maybe look into it, huh?
Who?
The Flat Earth Fokker,
Matt Parhar.
seriously died. What's the other dude? Had the big
Skiba.
Skiba died.
Who's the third? Oh yeah,
Jedi
Jism,
or
what's the third one?
Parhar, Mac Parhar, Jedi fucking Jism, or what's his name?
Jibby Jedi.
Jibby
Jedi. And oh my god,
Flat Earth Fokker, Mark Parhar.
Yeah, that's Parhar.
And Mark Parhar has the strangest story because they say that he was abducted, put in jail, threatened, and he said that publicly. And then he showed up. He got sick and then showed up dead.
These are all stories, though.
The day he died, he ran a video earlier that day. Fucking the 14th, he's in his car. He wasn't sick. He was fucking driving.
It's a story, bro. But he's dead, bro. So how can you even you don't really know,
Yeah.
Another person. They could have put plutonium in his coffee. Who the hell knows, dude?
Sure, but
Brian Austin Lambert's another one, man. He got shot in the head. It's fucking on record, but they won't give the details of who did it or if they caught anybody. But Brian Austin Lambert, the guy who was the MCO, the guy giving people lessons on how to survive the upcoming event, and he did a pretty good job of breaking it down, how it's going to happen, what to avoid, and who's the controllers keeping this information. And he'd say screw suck it controllers in all his videos and shit. And he broke down the infinite billions of people if was that old, like the video Jared did the other day, by doubling your grandparents over like 500 generations. It's like zigadillions of people. You know, he brought that up a long time ago and proved mathematically that even if you doubled the doubling rate, that this thing we got going on right now can't be more than a few hundred years old, or else we'd have trillions of people, you know. And they killed him and they shot him in the fucking head, dude.
Jesus, I've heard that argument a million times. He hasn't come up with it.
No, I ain't saying nothing. No, we're talking about people who've gotten killed lately. A couple of them are mysterious, but Brian Austin Lambert was blatant. Like he got shot in the head at his house.
But like there's Paul Walker died, and that was mysterious. So does that mean something? That the Earth is a globe because he was a glober?
I understand what you're saying, man. I didn't say nothing when it was just Brian Austin Lambert because of that. But now Mac Pohar, I see a video of him earlier that day, and all of a sudden he's a healthy yoga instructor. He's the definition of fucking healthy, dude. And in his prime, he's a beast, dude. I mean, of health wise. And all of a sudden he's fucking dead later on after a stream. I mean, and then Rob Skiba, there's an explanation for that. But when they start piling up, you got to ask questions. What do you do? Just take everything with a fucking grain of salt? If it wasn't for us asking questions, man, then there would be no skepticism in this world, dude.
Sure, but I can take.
I heard Skiba had
Muslims that just died. So Muslim
had previous rounds with Skiba had previous rounds with pneumonia. He was in the hospital like twice before COVID. So that's hard to prove.
Yeah, but you still use that as a mysterious death because he's a flat earther.
Well, I heard.
He went to the hospital.
Yeah, they put him into a coma and did the whole ventilator deal.
Yeah, that's what they do to some people who are extremely ill, even globers.
Well, I don't want to get into this whole topic, but they also do it for even mild cases in some cases, so it's pretty effed up. But that's a whole nother deal. It's bad.
Yes, sorry for bringing it up, dude. It just kind of one thing led to another. But I actually try and avoid this topic too, man.
Why don't you want to get into it? Because you think there's a shill in this server that's going to go after us?
People's ears are so delicate, man. Skepticism's a dying thing, man. They'll delete your ass. They'll you'll find that you won't have a platform if in a lot of cases you'll wonder why. You'll scratch your head, but you'll have lost your fucking.
There's a lot of
people lost their income, their way of life, bro. They just deleted their shit. That's how they're getting paid, making money. Next thing you know, they're scratching their head and fucking looking for a job.
There's a lot of skeptics who have a platform, though.
I agree. They're getting a little less lenient. I ain't heard too much about. You see more and more people talking about it. Like you see these giant channels and a bunch of them talking about it. What are they going to delete? Fox, The Hill, CNN, all at once? No. So you could kind of see what you can get away with just by watching the bigger channels. And the more they start talking about it, the more flex. But yeah, right now I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to honor his request.
Can I read this? COVID-19 restrictions. Shared news.
Well, Dodrick, I don't know. Maybe you're not aware, but yeah, on this server, we just don't really cover that whole topic, partly because of, it's really easy for them to take down channels for that. Okay. And there's so many other topics we can discuss here, so many other truth topics. And that one's so charged and it's so intense, and it always go, so yeah, we're just avoiding that one.
Okay, gotcha.
Gio, would it be okay if you made a VC for that doesn't stream to YouTube?
We could do that, although I think even Discord has their policy too, and I've known of a bunch of Discords that have gotten shut down for talking about the injections and all that kind of stuff. So
they're listening in on Discord. If you don't push your channels, they still listen in to what you say on your server.
I'm trying to tell you, Brian. Discord says that
to listen into all servers for that.
Holy fuck! Red tape. Fuck off.
No, you fuck off.
Yeah, you fuck. Okay, so Discord says that you can say anything you want in the voice. They don't give a fuck. But if you type it out, then you might have a problem.
Because it's
that makes sense. Because they have
published. It's like public. It's like on their servers. Right. If you type it out, it's like published. Whereas if you just say it, it's kind of in and out.
So we should blow out
I got
more
a great subject
channels and
change there, man.
non-text channels.
I got a great subject change. Okay, so I did the video the other day on pretty much like the angles to the sun, because like I said, the master gunner, his idea, whether I've done that sun survey or not, it led me to other ideas, man. And I was like, yeah, these parallel rays, man, that's gonna have some fucking implications, man. So I started looking into it, and what's funny is I was checking the angle to the sun that's sitting on the horizon, you know, and we all know just from talking about it that the sun's roughly half a degree. It's like 0.52 something, but half a degree, okay, for discussion's sake. And what's so funny is a few days ago I went to the triangle calculator thing to see the angle of a 6-foot observer at 3 miles, which was so stupid, dude, because I'm like, dude, I've already discussed this 100 times that it's the limit. What do you call it? The diffraction limit, Rayleigh criterion number. I already knew it was 0.02 before even fucking typing it in. I typed it in anyway, not thinking about it, and it came up 0.02. And I just got a giggle, a little chuckle that it just reminded me once again that, damn, so when shit disappears and the lights join and you can't distinguish one from the other, that just happens to match Earth curve. I mean, how can they buy that without looking into it? Is that a big coincidence, bro, that perspective matches fucking Earth curve? That should be a clue to them, man.
Well, in their defense, they can say that the reason that they got the Earth curve is because they thought it was because they exchanged the refraction for the curve. So meaning that the Earth curves this much, refraction is this much, and that's how they could have got the original measurement.
Yeah, it's funny though. But does anybody have any trouble understanding when I say? No, sometimes I have trouble expressing my thoughts. Okay, but not always, right? So sun's sitting on the horizon. Okay, and their model, if you're a 6-foot observer, then the horizon is a downward angle of 0.02 degrees. So it's for all intents and purposes, it's 0. And if you look it up, they'll say the horizon is 0 degrees and your visibility is no better than from 0 to 90 degrees, basically. Something sitting on the horizon is 0 degrees, and anything above it is a positive angle. So when I put out that video of with the sun sitting on the horizon and the sun casting a shadow onto the bottom of a cloud, nobody understood my point. All the Globers, I got more comments than you could believe, dude. They're saying that, dude, it's coming from underneath. Even Bob put in his video, look, if the sun's at a lower altitude, I'm like, dude, you don't talk about altitude with the sun, So the sun sitting on the horizon or a tiny bit above it is about 0.5 or 1 degree. So if their Eratosthenes experiment is going to work over the span of the whole Earth and then out in space past 1 million miles, in other words, their parallel sun rays are working 500 miles apart. They say the shadows are identical, that just the ground angle changed. I don't agree with that, but I went to apply that same thought to the sun and that shadow on the bottom of clouds. So they didn't understand it. So I'm going to have to make a video with I'm trying to tell them that a sun sitting on the horizon at 0.5 degrees, or let's just say 1 degree, okay, it's going to look straight out in front of you. It might even look down a little bit, but we know that it's going to cast a shadow down at 1 degree, whether it looks lower than us or not, okay? It's supposed to follow us up, however far we go until we hit, like, you see what I'm saying? Do y'all understand that the sun is not supposed to cast a shadow upwards if it's sitting on the horizon?
I think what you're saying is that when the sun vanishes into the horizon, it's lower than the mountain that's in front of it. That's what you're saying. It's not lower physically, but the light angle is lower because it's physically vanishing in the horizon.
Yeah. In other words, the sun is sitting on the horizon.
Up on the clouds because as it disappears in the horizon, the angle is lower, even though it's not physically lower. It makes sense?
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you're saying?
In other words, in their model, the sun sitting on the horizon is going to cast light down about 1 degree, and so it's a positive angle. Okay, if you
I
take
don't
a
know.
theodolite, if you
I don't
take
know
a
if you got the
theodolite and
degrees
you,
right. I think you're guessing on the degrees.
well, if
Why
the
would it
sun is
not
sitting on the
classify
horizon,
that?
it can't be no less than a 0.5 degree.
I think what you're saying is distant objects, when they vanish in the horizon, I think what you're saying is closer objects, even if they're shorter, can block distant objects that are taller as they vanish into the horizon. That's what you're saying, right?
Are you a flat earther, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say. Well, here's the point. If the
I'm a
light
globe.
is parallel, just don't even think about the Earth. Think about where you're at, and you put a theodolite. You measure 0.5 degrees, okay, above you. Okay, 0 would be directly out straight ahead. They were floating in space and directly ahead. Well, you'd have to have a marker, but let's say you're on the ground and you point your theodolite. It's going to be just about 0, but you got to trickle it up just a fucking arc second or two to hit the center of the sun, and it's going to be close to 0.5 degrees, or at least the center of the
You
sun.
have to.
Whatever the case, it's going to be a
You
downward
have to
angle.
show
Whatever the
that on
case.
a video or something.
In other words, that could be a good globe proof if they used the sun that was below the horizon, casting a cloud on them. But they don't.
But-
They don't.
But what
They
kind?
use
What are you?
the example I give was a positive angle.
Are you talking about the sun being fully visible or half submerged into the horizon, or
Yeah, at halfway, then you could argue that no, you still couldn't cast a shadow up, even if it was halfway covered by the horizon. That would be an exact 0 degree angle.
no? But on a like a globe, the bottom doesn't just shut off.
It
Still
does.
lighting. No, it doesn't.
It shuts off on a flat or globe.
No, it doesn't shut off. You just don't see it from your point. But if you go to the clouds, in
You
front
don't
of you,
see it.
you will see the whole thing.
That's the key. You don't see it from your point, and that's all you need to worry about.
Yeah,
The
but I'm
sun is
looking at
still
the clouds,
there,
and I'm not
but you don't
looking at
see
the
it
sun.
from your perspective.
Yeah, but Brian is talking about the clouds, not the sun.
It's the same thing. That
No,
what he's saying is the sun.
I'm talking about a shadow.
What he's
Like
saying
I'm
is the
talking
sun
about.
angles lower than the mountain. That's what he's saying, right, Brian?
No, what I'm saying is that if I have a point, let's just say I have a 1 degree angle at the sun. Okay, that's going to cast not much of a shadow downward, but it's going to be a long ass shadow, but still going to be a 1 degree shadow no matter how you measure it. If you put a 1-inch stick down there, it's going to cast about a 5-inch shadow. There's no getting around it. Okay, and if the sun's rays are truly parallel, as long as I don't change my orientation, I can go up 1,000 miles. If that sun's 93 million miles away, that stick should cast the same damn shadow. If that's the principle behind Eratosthenes. But they try to use that as a globe proof with a sun sitting on the horizon. They didn't look into detail. It's a globe killer if you think about it.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but I have a different theory
I
about
like to
that.
see this. I like to see this in like a sort of demonstration or a drawing.
Well, he
or
thinks with
something.
common sense, man. If you apply flat Earth common sense, then it's counterintuitive. You're thinking, well, of course it could shine a shadow up. Look, it's way off in the distance, and perspective has it sitting on the horizon. So you can
That's what
see
I'm
how it could
saying.
work. But if you think in terms of a 93 million
That's
mile
what I'm
sun, you can't just, if the sun has a degree downward, then no matter how high you go, it's going to follow you up, right? That's their claim. So even if you're at the top of the mountain, it's going to come up with you, and that shadow's never going to move. If you have that stick sitting next to you, and you got it in your hand, and it's casting a shadow down barely at 1 degree, you can float upwards with the stick still in your hand. That shadow's never going to change until you get to over 1 million miles in their model.
Where's this shadow cast on?
The bottom of clouds, upwards, above my head. So if you picture that mountain as a big stick, it's supposed to cast a long ass shadow on the ground, not up into the clouds. That's
But
a
all you need
model killer.
But if I have a mountain, let's say Mount Everest, and I'm at the top of Mount Everest, the horizon is a few degrees below me, like 3 or 4 degrees below me. So
No,
if the sun
yeah,
is at the horizon,
yeah. If you're up way out in the air, then it's going to have an impact. Or you could just say, if the sun's below the horizon. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on the ground underneath the clouds, looking up.
Yeah, but you're looking up towards the shadow. You're not looking at the sun. I think I don't sort of get what you mean. But...
Okay, I'll try one more way. Okay.
No, but okay.
The example I gave has a sun. Okay, I'm on the ground next to the mountain. Actually, I'm even behind the mountain, which kind of strengthens my argument. But we'll just say I'm next to the mountain. Okay, I'm the same orientation as the mountain. Okay, I'm on the ground. Okay, so I take a theodolite and I point it at the sun sitting on the horizon, and I get a degree. Just say half a degree. So I got a long ass shadow on the ground because the sun's half a degree. I'm looking straight out at it, but it measures at half a degree. So, okay, now that mountain's just basically a big stick. If that sun's sitting above the horizon, then it should be casting a shadow down about half a degree or 1 degree, as long as it's at my same orientation.
I would say no, because the mountain is what is casting the shadow, and the mountain, the horizon is much lower than for you on the ground. So the light is coming from below the mountain.
But I'm looking at the horizon, bro. Look, that's what I'm saying. I'm using an example that I'm looking. I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But in my example, I'm taking pictures of the sun above the horizon. Okay.
Yes.
So
yes, but
the sun's not going to move for the mountain. This angle should be the same at 100,000 miles up, or damn near anyway. Now, the horizon will move. Don't get me wrong. If you go up 3,600 feet, the horizon will drop 1 degree. But the sun will come up with you. You understand? The sun is supposed to be parallel, okay, and way far away. So, yeah, the sun will look different. So if you're at the top of the mountain, the sun will be a few degrees above the horizon. If I'm on the ground and I'm looking at it at 1 degree up the top of the mountain, you're looking down at it like a few degrees. Yeah, it's going to be off the horizon.
I think I know what. Are you saying that if I'm at the ground and the sun is at the horizon, so let's just say that my angle is positive 0.4. So if I go into the top of the mountain, the angle to the sun, not to the horizon, but to the sun would be the same.
Yeah, the angle to the sun will be the same. So that's why I said I understand.
4.4 degrees above the horizon for the mountaintop.
Yes, but it'll have the same angle as me on the ground, right?
Sure. Now I understand what you're saying.
Thank you, man. So I thought it was a good globe proof too, but then I looked into detail and I started looking up other footage, other pictures, and I start getting the same argument with light shining upwards on clouds, and I got all these examples of the sun well above the horizon. Me on the waterfront, and the sun like 4 or 5 degrees up. A couple of them, not many, but a few of them, with the sun well above the horizon and the light still hitting the bottom of clouds. That is a globe killer. It could never cast a shadow from a mountain up as long as that sun is on the horizon. It's a positive angle. Okay,
Sure.
So they didn't understand that though.
Okay, but I haven't seen the footage of those things. But what would you say that causes?
It's a model killer. How about that? It might not be a globe killer, but it's a model killer. Their sun can't be that far away and that big and still cast shadows, or else they can kill Eratosthenes and they can kill their own model. I'm gonna post it real quick in text.
Sure. But what if the sun is above the flat Earth or the planar Earth? What is causing the shadow to be casted up if the sun is truly above your?
Light over distance refracts upwards, man. That's what causes the sun to set way off distance too.
What?
That's my opinion. Yeah, light refraction.
Can that happen on a globe too?
Yes.
Yeah, if y'all want to change your model, if y'all want to use that, I'm good with that. But it needs to be discussed.
To me, it's fair. The globe isn't set exactly on this. This is a gray area for the globe. You'll get different.
Yeah, I haven't.
Here.
I'm not I don't know too much about this, but I've never seen the observations.
I have a different theory, guys. Look, when the sun's over your head, okay, it's casting down on your hair, right, at 12 o'clock. right?
Yep.
But when the sun vanishes into the horizon, it's casting at your face. It's not casting at your hair because it's right in front of you. So the angle of the sun has changed, even though the height of the sun has not changed.
Yep.
So that's why the will come from the horizon, basically angling up. From your perspective, it's angling up. That's why it would go under the clouds.
I casted that. I mean, sorry to interrupt, but I posted that video. It's a short video, man. It's only a couple minutes long.
Cheers.
But it gives a lot of examples. It just gives a lot of different examples of.
I gotta go and buy a car quickly, but I'll check the video as soon as I get the car sorted.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain it to flat earthers to see if they understand, because it took forever for people to catch on to what Master Gunner was saying. I caught on right away and did a video about that, you know, and like he's got a good point. If the sun's parallel, you're looking at it to the right, but I'm not going to go all into that whole thing. But like I said, that also had implications. So, but then he's trying to explain these parallel sun rays and nobody's fucking understanding, all these flat earthers. And I'm like, so I tried to simplify it and show a repercussion of what he's saying. You know, so there are, you know, implications, for lack of a better word, what's the word I'm looking for? The repercussions. There are repercussions to these claimed 90-degree sun rays, okay? When they claim Eratosthenes, they lock themselves in to parallel sun rays. Now, they can change it up fucking hair for umber penumbra, you know, but that's it. You're not talking about anything significant, you know? If you want to talk about bodies out in space, you could try to make that argue mathematically, but here on the Earth, okay, we're going to get parallel sun rays according to their model, and they didn't so I tried to simplify it, and they didn't understand it. So they're calling me stupid shit, and I'm showing them a fucking sun on the horizon and a shadow being cast upward, and they're still arguing it. You know, like I don't know if they're willfully ignorant or if they truly don't understand. So I was trying to propose it to flat earthers to see if they understood. You know, we're usually critical thinkers. You know, usually more critical thinking. Flat earthers are usually better at critical thinking, in my opinion. So, but it seems to be kind of a confusing topic. It should be as easy as this. Okay, measured angle to the sun through a theodolite. Okay, 0.5 degrees. Okay, my shadow reflects that. My shadow backs it up. 0.5 degrees. Then all of a sudden, there's a shadow pointing upwards above the clouds. According to 90, you know, according to all their fucking math and all that, you know, that shadow should be down. No matter how high I go, if I've got a board behind me to record the shadow, it's not going to move just from going up or down on their model. So I don't see why. I think they're being willfully ignorant, personally.
Do you see how if the Earth was a globe, the sun can kind of hide behind it? Yes or no?
Yeah, it absolutely could, you know. And like I said,
hang on. So if the mountain was at the edge and the sun was behind the mountain, okay, and whether it's rising or setting, at some point the light would angle upwards to the Earth and barely at the very edge of that tip where the sun is setting, and the light is just shining right over the mountain and shining into the clouds because it's lower, because the sun is physically lower than the Earth and then the mountain. It would shine upwards. Do you get that?
Yeah, I mean,
how can that not be the case?
But hold on. It could only shine an angle upwards at a very limited. I mean, the angle that it has is very, very limited. That cloud would have to be barely above that mountain, which is possible. And yeah, the sun, it would have to be below the horizon, just barely below. It'd have to be it'd have to be about 5 minutes in a 5 minute span of time, according to the math. You'd have about 4 or 5 minutes to get a picture when the sun went when it went just barely over half a degree under the horizon. You could get a shadow on the bottom of the clouds that's barely over the mountain.
Hang on, though. Look, on a globe, okay, the mountain. Let's say the sun, as long as the sun sets behind the mountain or rises behind the mountain, that 0.5, whatever you said, is always going to happen every day, because there's going to be a point to where the sun's just peeking out behind that curve of the Earth, or going down behind it, and at that point, it will be lower than the mountain physically. Because it's going. Think of the sun going gradually back behind the mountain, or gradually coming forward over the mountain. That one, it might only be a few seconds. That shadow might only last a few seconds, but if it does, snapshot it, and that could be, in theory, it could be the sun is physically below the mountain, casting the light up at the clouds, and that's what the Globers say, right?
No, they deny that. Oh no, they in their head they think that the sun sitting on the horizon is that the shadow should cast upward. They're forgetting about the parallel sun rays. That's why I'm reminding them and showing them, you know. But yeah, technically, if the sun was just barely under half a degree,
hang on,
you know,
let me
barely under half a degree,
let's talk about parallel sun rays, right? Parallel sun rays, right? Yeah. So you wouldn't have parallel sun rays in that instance. Okay. Aren't parallel sun rays at 12 o'clock?
You'd still have parallel sun rays. It's the ground in their model. It's you that changed angle, bro. The sun rays would still be parallel, and they'd be coming in. You'd still have the same mountain. I mean, shadow at the ground as the top of the mountain would. But your angle would have changed to the sun. In their model, the sun never changes angle. It's the ground changing angle. You see?
But look at this. Being a sun ray is a spotlight, right? It's parallel angles on the hot spot of the Earth. If there was a hot spot, I'm not saying there is, but it's parallel sun rays at 12 o'clock. But if the sun is down on the horizon, or up, going to set or going to rise, it can't be parallel, because it's showing you the angle. It's showing you an angle of light.
It's kind of counterintuitive, ain't it?
It is kind of in theory. The globe will have parallel sun rays at 12 o'clock, but at at 3 o'clock, the sun rays would not be parallel. They'll be casting at an angle, in theory, because you've moved the source.
No, in their model, the way, you know, crepuscular rays are a perspective, and that could be true or not. But besides that, you know, in their model, the only thing that changes angle is the moon. The sun has always got 90-degree rays going to the Earth. The moon changes phases because it changes. You see what I'm saying? In their model, it's the ground on the Earth changing. So they will say that a building is actually tilting backwards 1 degree. Or if the sun is up 45 degrees, you'll have for a 100-meter building, you'll have a 100-meter shadow. Okay? And no matter where you are on Earth, as long as you have that orientation of that building, no matter how far away you go, no matter how close to the sun you go, no matter how up, down, as long as you keep that same orientation on a globe, it will be a shadow. No matter what you do at the building, it'll still be a 100-meter shadow at the bottom of the mountain, no matter what you do with it, no matter where you move it, as long as you don't change angle.
Do you want to explain to me this 3-minute video before I watch it?
It's pretty short, dude. It's pretty self-explanatory.
I want to watch it. Give me 3 minutes.
Yeah, because you'll see examples.
What's the problem with just saying if the angles do not converge, then that means that the Earth is flat. The angles do not converge, therefore the Earth is flat. It's the same thing that they do, just reverse.
But you got to give implications. Some people can't. You know, a lot of globers can't come up in their own mind with the implications of that statement.
What does it mean? Angles converge. What does that mean?
Well, you know how the angles, when Sparkane did his thing, like none of the angles, none of the lines converged
What
on
does it mean
a flat
converge?
Earth. You know, like when you measure the angle of the shadow,
Yes.
and then if you extend that line from that shadow all the way out, none of those lines converge. That's why they say that we have to be on a curved surface.
I'm not sure what you mean by converge. I've seen shadow experiments. I've seen Eratosthenes. I'm not sure what you mean by converge.
The lines of those angles do not converge. And
What
they
does
say
converge
that
mean?
is because that's because we're on a curved surface and the sun is really, really far away.
But what does converge mean?
Come to a single point.
Okay, so I'm imagining like a sun in the globe theory. The
Mhm.
light angles are going to be 360, okay, from the sun. They're going to be parallel only to the Earth only when 12 o'clock, okay? But if the sun's at 3 o'clock or if it's at 9 o'clock, it's going to be at an angle, obviously, because it's not going to be a straight. It's going to be at an angle. The Earth will be at a physical angle from this supposed sun. So when I see the sun again, I think 360 light rays every direction. And if you have a ball floating in space, it's only going to be parallel right when it's okay. It's only going to be parallel light rays at the hot spot on the Earth. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. I get what you're saying.
But once the angle, once the light starts changing, it starts moving. It'll have a new parallel rays to the new Earth hotspot. And if you're not on the hotspot, if it's going to 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it's going to be at an angle.
Right. That's actually one of the first things that I thought, is that there's no way to get an exact time for everybody doing this measurement, because they're all like 5 seconds off, 30 seconds off. There's never one exact moment where they all get this angle. So that's.
Well, I have a globe
Yeah,
here.
go
Let me. I'll tell you. I have a globe here. Okay, I have a light right here. I'm gonna see something. I'm gonna flash this light on this globe. Okay, so I get a little hot spot. Like I'm at a hot spot on the equator. So those are parallel rays at the equator. But then if the Earth moves, yeah, I'm not really sure. If you let's say you're in China and you're doing a Eratosthenes shadow experiment, and if you're in India, and then if you're in Saudi Arabia, the angles will all be different. See, angles of light are all going to be different.
Yeah, and I say that proves flat Earth, but they say no, that proves curved ground. I say that it proves bendy light. Prove me wrong.
Well, let's do this. But in defense of the globe Earth, when you put a stick up there, it does have a determined shadow. Okay, the shadow's not scattering everywhere, for example. So there is a direction. Let's say where the majority. Even if you have non-parallel light rays, you have a direction where the shadow is cast. Correct.
Correct.
And that's the shadow. So that would be the opposite. The shadow would be the opposite of the light. Yes. If the shadow goes up, the light would have to be from the bottom.
Can't be sure, because we can't.
Yeah, it'd be the exact opposite. Yeah, it'd be the exact opposite of the light. Right. So if the shadow was coming down at 1 degree, the sunlight was coming down at 1 degree, the shadow would cast 1 degree. And if the sun's coming down at 90 degrees, there'd be zero shadow, because at 45 degrees, you'd have a 45-degree shadow. Yeah, that's what their model says. And we get that mostly, even on a flat Earth, you got to go, about 60, 70 miles for the rays to converge to 1 degree. But to us, it's the light changing angles. In their model, it's the ground changing angles. So if you see a phase of the moon, they say you could put a round ball up above you, and it'll always match the moon, because you got the same angle to the sun as the moon does. That ball will have the same angle as the moon, according to them. And it matches somewhat, but I've got it where it differs grossly and made video out of that.
Well, I'm on my globe right now and I have a little nightlight, and you know when it does something weird when I move the stick and shadow. When I move the stick, let's say from in this case from New Guinea to India, it does something where the shadow completely changes angle like hardcore.
Yeah,
And
but
if I'm on, let me see.
what I did to simulate their model is I got a laser and I took a moon, a little styrofoam ball, and I went like 500 feet down the road, and it was a small ball, you know, the size of a soccer ball. So over that distance, the laser converged just enough to cover the soccer ball. So the laser beam was coming in basically at just about 90 degrees. It was off, you know, by a cunt hair, but it simulated the globe model pretty good. But I was doing that to show the Umbra Penumbra, how the Umbra is fucking crap. How it would never work the way they say it does. Even if the math lines up, I showed with laser beams. I used 2 of them and I converged them in on each other, the exact same angle that they say, or close to the same exact angle that the sun, and it did not cast a penumbra the way they're saying, you know.
You want to know what though, guys? The check this out. The angle of the shadow will change depending on where the Earth is.
Right. It's like all of these things are just parlor tricks, assuming various things about how light works.
Okay, one thing I'm getting, guys, is that there is roughly half of the globe that you can cast a shadow on, which is kind of weird. It's roughly half of the globe that you cast with a nightlight, cast across like 3 feet across from a globe. You can get a shadow on roughly half of the globe, and not more.
Yeah, and in reality, the larger part of our world is lit up. You know, there's a small portion of darkness. It's not proportional to the light. There's always more light than there is darkness in our realm. Let's say in
If that's the
reality.
case, that's a globe bunker. If that's the case.
I mean, they got explanations for it, but they're, you know, to me, they're substantial. They're subpar explanation. They have good explanations for a lot of things, but they're lacking. And there's a couple of them that are detrimental. Like that parallel sun ray. That's a globe killer. If I could prove it, you know, if I could get some. I don't know. I mean, I'm showing it to them right in front of their face, and they're not even. They're acting like they don't even understand it. Much less,
Well,
but they understand it perfect, and they're explaining eratosthenes, don't they? They understand them 90-degree rays perfect when you're arguing the moon phases and eratosthenes.
That's the trick, is they want you to assume what they assume about light. Just ask them to show you sunlight ending or sunlight at all. Don't show me
But you think,
objects.
you know, but in our minds, though, in our minds, we tend to think, you know, I think that they understand shit that sometimes they're trolling and shit. But dude, when I show them an argument like that, wait, when I got a whole bunch of them giving different opinions and it's recorded, so they have repercussion and accountability, and I see them not understanding it. Oh no, when I see them literally not understanding it, it's got to be a mental block that they can not understand the exact same concept to, you know, I couldn't even get an excuse out of them. Like, at least that guy in here earlier said, well, if the sun was under the horizon, look, if you want to give me an explanation, you know, but don't say the sun's under the horizon, because I always lead with, I'm not talking about a sun under the horizon. I understand that if the sun was under the horizon, on your model, it could do that. I'm talking about a sun above the horizon. And they just totally, I think their brain is like mentally shutting down, and they get real aggressive, and it's like they're drowning, dude. Somebody brought that up, and that was perfect. Like they're drowning, just trying to grasp onto anything, and it's weird, bro. I wonder if we do the same shit. I want to expand on that one different way one more time. Like when I showed the sun shining light on the bottom of clouds, you know, when I was talking about that, I had examples with the sun like 4 or 5 sun diameters above the horizon and at ground level, like pictures with the ocean out in front where you could see literally see sea level in the picture, and light and the sun way above, you know, at least a few degrees above the horizon, and giving them their own examples back at them, like where they said, hey, this is proof. This could never work on a flat Earth. You know, this is proof of a globe. So I used their own pictures and to demonstrate that it could never work on their model, and they still, you know, they just meant just like a mental breakdown or something, man. It's I can't. How can the same person that explained Eratosthenes to me a couple weeks previous, and then a month before that explained the moon phases, you know, in comparison to a ball here on Earth, and have such a full understanding, and a whole panel of them agreeing, you know, at least they could have gave me excuses like, you know, in that picture, the sun's bouncing off the water or something like that. You give me an excuse, but don't not understand the concept of 2 of your main proofs, you know. And it's weird, but you know, one person, Crow SE, I don't know if y'all are familiar with him. He's a subtle voice guy, but pretty cool to debate with. He's, you know, he keeps everything mellow. He never gets emotional, but he denied it. But he actually direct messaged me, DM me, whatever, the next day, and said that he understood what he got what I was talking about, and he said that it couldn't work on a globe. You know, so I guess he probably has an explanation for it. He might, you know. I haven't talked to him since then, but finally, one glober acknowledged that it couldn't work on a globe unless this, like, you know. So that's what I would accept from the globers. Like, if you deny something, you know, then say, you know, don't go against your own argument. Say it, hey, it wouldn't work on a globe except this. This is why it works on a globe. Don't not understand it, you know. That's crazy that you just changed the angle of the stick and called it a mountain. Oh, good. I'm hogging the mic.
So what I did is I put a piece of gum, chewing gum, on the tip of a pen cap, and I stuck that right in Ethiopia. I'm gonna do that on 12 o'clock. Now, when the Earth's supposed Earth spins, that shadow is gonna go from exactly 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock during one sun cycle, one sun up, sundown. Hey guys, do you know? Okay, so the Earth is spinning, but do you know if isn't the Earth also spinning around the sun? So that doesn't. Do we have to account for that angle also? The axis?
Only like a 1/360th of a degree in their model. It's slow, but I think the sunlight I think is a 12-hour phase. I think.
Okay, look. So if we're gonna, as far as the axis is concerned, as far as measuring Eratosthenes, you only have to worry about the Earth spinning. You don't have to worry about the axis of the Earth to the sun, right? Because both measurements are in the same disk, right?
Just pick up, just all you're figuring
basically
is angle of object. Exactly.
Yeah, I have a globe, and I'm putting it right now in Ethiopia, and it's 12 o'clock to my nightlight, and there's no shadow because it's exactly 12 o'clock. Now, if I start to spin this globe ever so slightly, the shadow goes from nothing to. It's funny. The shadow starts at 3 o'clock and it just goes across and it gets longer and longer. And if you go the other way, if I can see, it stays at 3 o'clock and goes. It's at 9 o'clock and goes. It gets longer and longer. So the shadow gets longer, but the angle stays the same. Correct?
Yeah, the shadow gets longer because the angle it has, it narrows. It gets smaller. The smaller the angle gets, the longer the shadow gets.
Now, if at the same time, I'll have to have several pin tops, but I'm going to move to Ethiopia. I'm going to move it to, let's move it to England. Say this is England. Now we have an angle. So now the angle's at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock. So when they do this experiment, I guess someone must have done it. And they're saying that the angles match to a spinning globe versus against the sun. Is that what they're saying?
Well, let's think about this. They built their globe based on them angles. So they've got to match, somewhat anyway, because that's how they've mapped the world, as according to where the stars are and where the sun is. Okay. And, that's no matter what the shape of the earth is, that's pretty much what we go on. We got to have something constant. So I guess they probably started at Polaris, and it probably got complicated because even on a flat earth, you're circling out from Polaris when Polaris is directly overhead, and you're making bigger circles, but you're making a square grid, so you come up with something like the longitude, latitude, first I don't know. I don't want to go off too far on a tangent, but it should match their ship because that's how they built the damn globe. But there are big giant discrepancies like the parallel sun rays. That's my whole point.
To be fair, it looks like exactly half the globe is lit up, guys. Exactly half of it, and you can't get a shadow away from that half that's lit up. Let's see. Yeah, no, there's no shadow back there.
That's another good point, dude. Oh my God, you just put me on another good point. If the sun is under the horizon, how could the mountain cast a fucking shadow into the dark?
It wouldn't.
It'd be dark, right?
Hey, I understand what you're saying. Look. I'm moving my globe, right? And when the light goes, when the Earth goes when the sun goes below the horizon. Let's see. Hang on.
I still give them the under the horizon argument. It's a narrow window, but I can kind of buy into that one as far as mathematically possible if the sun's behind the horizon. But yeah,
it's just that if the sun is at the horizon and there's a mountain top and it'll cast a shadow directly behind it, what would it look like if you walk backwards on the globe? Would the shadow appear to go higher and higher?
What do you mean if you walk backwards? You're talking about so the sun. Let's be specific. So the sun is let's call the sun sitting on the horizon at 1 degree.
The 1 degree above.
Let's call the mountain 7,300 feet. Let's just call it for the sake of being exact here. Let's say the mountain's over a mile high, a little over. Let's say a mile and a half. Okay, and let's say that I'm standing next to it, and let's say this the globe. I mean the sun angle is 1 degree. Okay, I'm standing directly next to the mountain, and the sun's sitting on the horizon at 1 degree. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So the shadow, like the sun rays are parallel, so the shadow would be in a straight line behind the mountain, right?
Actually, the shadow would be, pretty much for the most part, but it would be down at 1 degree. But yeah, that'd be hard to notice.
Sure, but it would still
basically look like dead behind. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah. So if you move backwards, like if you start walking backwards from the mountain, the shadow would always get higher and higher in your field of view because you're going sort of down the curvature, right?
Actually, if I started walking backwards away from, and the mountain sat there in the shadow and sun, if none of that moved, and I started walking backwards, my perspective would change a little bit in saying that after I went about 12 miles, the clouds would appear to be on the ground close to it, but I'd still see a dark spot. I would lose sight of the mountain at about, let's see, if it's a mile and a half up, I'd lose sight of the mountain at about, let's see, it'd be, I'd have to go a long way to lose sight of the mountain, man. But
just with the shadow, when the shadow
down within reason.
Yeah, but if the shadow is a straight line with parallel sun rays causing it, then it would be straight, but I'm on a curved surface. So when I'm walking on the curved surface,
you say if the sun rays or what? Say that again. I'm sorry.
the sun rays are parallel, so the shadow has parallel lines, right?
Yeah, if the sun rays are parallel, then yeah. In other words,
Yeah, the shadow would be
yeah,
the
I
same
agree.
angular size. Yeah, sure. So if I'm moving away from the mountain, the shadow has a straight line, but I'm moving in a curved path, right? Because
So
I'm on a
you're
curved
saying
surface.
shadows relative?
What do you mean?
In other words, if I don't move the mountain or in the sun, why would the shadow move around? It's not like a reflection. A reflection
Yeah,
is relative.
but what's the difference in me moving backwards or the sun moving?
I just think shit would get smaller in the distance, and like I said, the clouds would appear on the ground if I went about 12
Sure,
15 miles away. Or not
sure,
on the
but
ground, but
yeah,
lower to the ground. But I don't see why the picture would change much, other than a little
yeah,
perspective. That's my opinion. Unless you get me thinking about something else, that's where I stand right now in my mind.
sure, but like the shadow, if I'm walking backwards and there's clouds above me, the shadow that the mountain is casting has parallel lines, so it's a straight like straight lines. So it would
So
go
the
higher up.
shadow has parallel lines. Why would the shadow have? Okay, I see what you're saying. So in other words, as I get further away from the mountain, the shadow it would spread out. Like as it got closer to me, it would cover more of my field of view.
No,
Is what you're saying, right? Due to
no, no.
perspective.
I'm saying that it would appear to be higher and higher the further down or further back I go.
Well, that's not really how. I mean, if you wrote it on paper, maybe, but in the real world, the clouds would start lower and down closer and closer to the ground and getting smaller. Uh,
Yeah,
but
but
at first, though, I'm thinking. You got me thinking. Go ahead.
yeah, like I don't talk about the clouds that are directly above the mountain because that's not where the shadow is casted. I'm talking about the ones that are above me when I move further back. You would see the shadow
Oh, you're
in the
talking about
clouds.
the. Okay. So yeah, if I walk back, yeah, so if I walk back, um, let's say 34 and a half miles roughly. And
Sure.
the sun would appear to have rose about 1 sun diameter, and yeah, I would see the shadow. It just look a little smaller. It should be similar. Tell me what I should see if you think it's something different, because I'm having trouble picturing it.
Well, I can. Let's say, trying to come up with an analogy. Let's say you have a beach ball, and you put a laser on a beach ball, and you pick a spot that is, I don't know, 10 centimeters from the laser. If you put a paper above you as a cloud, the laser would show a point into that cloud because
I
you're
actually
further
have a
back.
laser and a beach ball. I've done a lot of laser beach ball shit, dude. So I'm with you on this.
Yeah,
Okay, so I got the beach ball and I got the
yeah,
laser away from it,
yeah,
and so let's keep orientation on top of the ball for simplicity's sake. And a piece of paper, um, it's going to be above just a little bit above the beach ball, a small tiny piece of paper above the
yeah,
beach
sure.
ball. Okay.
Yeah,
All right, now let's start moving the sun, or fuck it, we can move the beach ball if you want. But all right, I'm with you.
yeah,
I'm
it doesn't
mentally
matter.
there.
Yeah, yeah. So the shadow, well, the shadow, but the laser is casted on the bottom of that piece of paper, right?
Yeah, if the piece of paper angles back, in the bottom of that piece of paper is facing that laser slightly, then yeah, you could
Yeah.
light up the bottom of it. Absolutely.
But would that be like the clouds on over the globe, and the laser be the sun?
I guess if you want to, but let's do this now. Let's back that laser up, say,
Sure.
to the next city. Let's back it up to the next city. Okay. And now let's put that cloud, let's say we put the cloud, okay, so we're going to have that laser pointing down toward us, just barely, at about 1 degree. Okay, so
Sure.
that downward sun angle from a laser, it ain't got to be a city away. Let's just say a mile away.
Sure.
It's going to not hit the bottom of the cloud because it's got an angle down to the cloud. Now, if the cloud was up, let's say once the cloud gets above about 4,000 feet, then you would have an argument. That'd be the borderline. So that the clouds are up pretty much that high. So then you could say, you could make the argument that if a sun was directly on the horizon, okay, that it would be 0 degrees at about 3,600 feet. 3,600 feet in the air. So a mile and a half, let's say a mile up in the air, it'd be just barely over a degree. So you'd have a small window. Well, no, that'd be 0 degrees. So you'd have to go a little higher than that. So yeah, if the clouds, there'd be a little small window, a closed window actually beneath about a mile, in my opinion. But if a cloud's above a mile, then there'd be a small window, man, where a sun that far away could touch the bottom. Yeah, I would agree that it would be possible if the sun was, but it'd be pretty specific, man. In my opinion, the sun would have to be dead on the horizon. Once it started going down some, man, I think it wouldn't last very long, man. But yeah, I'll say it's possible.
I think yeah, and with the like the Earth rotating, the underlit clouds, the lit part of it's moving all the time, like because the Earth is rotating, so the clouds.
Wait a minute,
or
dude.
the shadows.
Hey, you got me thinking. Hold on, you got me thinking like you again. Damn it! Look at y'all, man. Y'all like Jedi's, dude. Hold on. Now wait a second, man. If the sun is sitting on the horizon for me, okay. If that sun is sitting directly on the horizon, okay, 1 degree, where it's just barely above the horizon, okay, for all intents and purposes, it's sitting on the horizon. That cloud up in the sky is gonna be about 2 degrees above the horizon. Okay, in other words, listen, that 1 degree is not going to be different for the cloud, dude. You got me thinking. You almost brainwashed me for a second, dude. If the sunlight is coming in 1 degree for me on the ground, it's going to be coming in downward at 1 degree for the clouds also. Even the moon, you could go as high as the moon, and it's still going to be a same angle. Okay, see, that's where you're confused, man. So listen, when you say that the sun's above the horizon, if I go higher, it's going to follow me up, dude. The shadow's not going to change, man.
Sure.
You know.
But do you have example of underlit clouds directly above you when the sun is at the horizon?
No, it would be worse for clouds up in front of you because they're pointing downward. Yeah. And the sun's still in the same place. But anyway, I do have some examples. A couple of them. I could have probably did more, but I just posted a video in voice text about 20 minutes ago.
I didn't have time to check it yet. I was driving.
When you get a second, look over it. It's short, real short video, man. Just pretty clear and straight to the point.
But you said that the angle to the sun is, let's say, 0.1 degree, so it's above you, sort of. And for the clouds that are above you, the angle would be the same. But the clouds behind you, the angle will be going down and down and down and down all the time, right?
I don't think you got that right. Repeat it before I jump to conclusion. Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay. So I'm at a position on Earth, and the sun is 0.1 degrees over horizontal, over the horizon. And
so
if I move back,
over the horizon, so there's just a tiny piece of it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm a 6-foot observer, and
sure.
so that gives me an angle of the horizon at 0.02 degrees. So if half the sun was covered by the horizon, that would be about 0.26 degrees minus the 0.02. So just say 0.25. I'll give you that. It would be just a tiny bit of the sun would be above the horizon for it to be a downward angle of 0.1 degrees. Yes. All right.
Sure. What if I move back 100 kilometers? What would the angle be? Would it be a negative angle then?
Yeah, it'd be negative if I especially because if I walk back 69 miles, then I would on your model, okay, I would have leaned backwards one more extra degree. So then it would be it'd be about 0.9 degrees negative then. Yeah.
Sure. And if I raise my elevation, the angle would be the same, but I would get the sun back into the view, right?
Right. The horizon would drop. The sun angle would stay the same. So you would get visibility of the sun, but it would maintain that 0.9. Yeah, from 69 miles away. I'm with you.
Yeah, and that would have underlit clouds, right? Because the sun is coming from a negative angle to those clouds.
Okay, if I raised up, hold on, let me think about that. It's possible. See, and when I was thinking about it earlier, I found a way it could work on a globe, but I don't think it'd be 69 miles. But still, let me think about that one for a minute.
But if you're moving back, at some point it switches from positive angle to a negative angle, and that angle holds.
Okay, hold on now. Wait. If I move back, yeah, I'm with you. Okay, so if I move back, yeah, where it switched. So if I move back, then the sun never moved in your model. That's so counterintuitive thinking about it, but yeah. So the sun never moved, and my angle changed. My angle to the sun changed. So when I go up, I'm kind of going a little bit away from the sun, but the sun is not visible 69 miles away. But I got to go up about. Listen, I got to go up. Hold on, I got to go up 3,600 miles. I mean, wait, let's see. How high do I got to go up? Yeah, I got to go up for the sun to start peeking out. I'd have to go up about a mile. And then, dude, you're basically. I see what you're doing here, and let me get you to follow me one time, okay? Because it's like almost like trickery. But I know you're not tricking me on purpose. But you got me thinking like globe style there for a minute. And it's funny. It's weird, dude. And that's why I understand that people don't concede what I'm saying. They don't understand what I'm trying to put forth, or I'm not putting it forth good enough, one or the other. Because if you have here's my I see what you're saying, that it's possible to have, there's a small window to get light shining on the bottom of clouds. Okay. But here's the thing, as far as casting shadows go, that's a problem, man. The window would be even smaller. But in my world, when I'm talking about the heliocentric model, when I'm talking about a sun above the horizon, I'm talking about something that's basically a positive angle. So in my brain, in my mind, I'm thinking that anything, no matter how high or low I go, or no matter where I go, if I didn't change angle, then I'd keep that same angle. It'd be a positive degree. And if I had a board behind me, or let's say I had a stick in my hand and a board behind me for the shadow, it would be pretty much parallel, but it'd be down. You wouldn't be able to tell, but it'd be down like 1 degree. So it'd look like a shadow right behind me, down a hair if you want to measure it. Okay. So
sure.
Now if I raise up in the air with that board and my stick in my hand, and I go to the top of that mountain, it's going to be the same exact shadow. It's never going to hit the bottom of the clouds above it, because the sun's not supposed to be changing angles, man.
I think I cut out.
Yeah, I was saying that even if I took that stick in my hand and the board behind me and went up to the top of the mountain, just floated straight up and never changed angles, then it'd be the same shadow. Even if I went all the way to the moon in your model, I'd have the same. So in other words, that downward shadow would be universal. So that mountain couldn't just say, "Hey, fuck that! I'm casting a shadow upwards. I don't care what you're doing. I'm going."
But okay, let's say that your angle to the sun is that, was it 0.02 degrees?
No, that's the angle to the horizon.
Okay, and the sun is at the horizon.
Yeah, the sun's sitting barely above the horizon at 1 degree. That's an example I gave. That's about, where I'd put it at 1 degree.
Okay, let's say it's 1 degree. The sun is at 1 degree elevation for you. There's an observer that is 138 miles away. What is the angle for him? Is it negative?
Is he behind me? Is he behind me or in front of me?
Behind you.
He's behind me. That's going to put it at -1, right? Or let's see, wait, if it's 1
Okay.
degree above the horizon and it drops 2 degrees, 1 degree to get it down to 0.
And then to a -1.
Wait. Hold on. So let's say the sun's at 1 degree. So it'd be -1, I guess.
Yeah. So if someone is viewing that shadow from that position, it's above like 1 degree. It's going on up. Like it's casting up for him.
Yeah, but why would I see what you're saying, but I got to stand firm. And why would the shadow change just because I move?
It doesn't.
In my world, the shadow is never going to change. If I can go wherever I want, change. And okay.
Yeah, the shadow doesn't change, but how you see it will change depending on your location.
That's correct. Depending on your location, it will change. But when you do experiment, you're supposed to be at the site. You're supposed to be at the 12 o'clock, right?
Why?
Well, it needs to be the same time. I'm just saying 12 o'clock as a standard, but it needs to be.
So the Eratosthenes experiment. So the Eratosthenes experiment is viewer dependent.
Yes.
Well, sure, because if you just have one observer doing the Eratosthenes.
I'm kind of new to this, honestly.
You cut out on me, man.
You have 2 observers.
Hey, you start over. You gotta start over.
Yeah, I'm driving. So for the Eratosthenes, how can you do it with just one observer? You would need to have 2.
Well, I was referring to the sorry, I'll give you a minute, but last thing, I was referring to the sticks and the shadows. Like if I'm measuring the shadow of a stick, and I back away from that stick, if I shrink down and back away, I feel like I'm gonna get the same shadow and the same measurement. I don't think that shadow is viewer dependent. Now the sun might be, but that stick is not 93 million miles away, so that shadow is going to be pretty much a reference, not a relative reference, but a whatever. I forgot the word for it, but it's set in stone.
I cut out again. I have to stop.
Good, because I was blundering and blabbing like an idiot trying to find words. In my opinion, I was talking about the sticks. I was talking about the shadow in the Eratosthenes experiment. Like you could move away from that stick, and I think that shadow's never going to move. I don't think the shadow's viewer dependent. I think that shadow's set in stone.
I'm telling you, the shadow's viewer dependent. I'm telling you, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, I'm
gonna send you some pictures.
You have the stick. Yeah,
I definitely agree that if you have a local light, that shadow is 100% depends on where you're at and how you're looking at it and what it's shining on. But use a laser beam, just back it away where it has a little bit of divergence, where it's a little bit bigger, and you'll see what I mean.
But if you have a laser beam,
this is really like novice basic stuff. I'm gonna send it to you, okay?
Yeah, like if you have a laser beam and you have it, say, tangent to a basketball or any ball, so it's casted from outside the ball and it barely touches the surface. It's gonna cast light up towards the sky when you are at the behind the tangent point. It's gonna be casted up.
Let me make sure I'm on the same wavelength here. So, are you denying that a sun angle, a positive sun angle, can cast a shadow upwards?
Oh, I'm saying it can, because if you move backwards, that angle is going to change.
Okay, but the shadow is gonna, I can move all I want, but my whole point is that the example I'm giving anyway. I have to see if my examples meet the criteria, but I tried to use a sun, and examples well above the horizon, but at least on the horizon or better. But in my opinion, no matter where I went, the shadow would be it'd be coming in. That light would be coming in at that point that I'm observing, at a positive angle. Just because I move, why should the shadow move? Is what I'm trying to say.
I'm saying that the angle of the shadow, like if you are at next to the mountain, there's an angle to the light rays coming from the sun, so there's also an angle to the
what
shadow.
you're saying
Right?
is what you're saying is that so people in Australia have a different moon phase, or do because they're looking at it from a different angle, or do I have a different moon phase from when the moon first comes up, or if it was dead above me and I moved at like 2,000 miles one way, the angle, the light would it'd be a different moon phase, right? That's your logic. I'd get a different moon phase if I moved away from it.
Hey, Brian.
I didn't get that.
Take a peek in Livestream. It might help a little bit. I did a really novice move, but I put some matches on top of a little gumballs, and I stacked them to my globe, and I put some pictures of shadow.
That's sort of good. Like,
I got so much gum residue on my globe, dude. It's the best quick thing to get shit to stick. Like gum and toothpicks and shit. The best. But did y'all hear what I said, or did I cut out? So your logic, the moon phase would change, right? If the moon was directly overhead and I moved back 2,000 miles, the moon phase should be different for an observer by your logic, right? The shadow would change. Whoa, the shadow changes, right?
What shadow?
Well, I'm not moving the mountain or the sun in your example. I'm taking a positive angle and getting a negative, a shadow that seems to defy physics. But you say if I back up, so at the same time, there's a moon up above in a parallel universe, whatever. And so it's got a certain angle too. It's getting the same shadow, from the same sun. It's way far away. So if I move 2,000 miles away, so the mountain shadow should change and the moon shadow should change too, the phase, right?
That's an issue because, I mean, in your mountain example, you are next to the mountain on the same surface, but the moon is a different object. So it's kind of a different thing. Your viewing angle to the moon changes.
They say if I hold a ball up, they say if I hold a ball up here on the ground above my head, that it'll have the same phase as the moon. I've showed where that's not the case, but they had a rebuttal. They had an explanation. I didn't really. I'm not going to say. But they did have an explanation.
Sure, but when I mean you can do that, but in the nighttime you see the moon, but you don't see the sun. So it's kind of a different thing than with the mountains casting shadow.
Just to be a smart ass. No, man, I was using a daytime moon example, dude.
Yeah, sure, but that is only doable in the daytime. That experiment, you can't do it in the nighttime because you don't see the sun. So it's kind of a different thing than the mountain thing.
Yeah, I was just joking about that. I'm glad you.
Sure.
But my concept is still solid, man. It's still rock solid.
Sure, but
if I move, no matter where I move on Earth, no matter what I do, how far away I move, that moon phase doesn't change. The shadow, the blocked light, it doesn't change. So that to me is rock solid, man. I got to think about this for a minute because there may be some point, a good one, explanation even you're making that I'm not, that I'm not grasping in my mind. I'm thinking of it mathematically, and I'm having a hard time breaking that barrier of the geometry. Let me think about it.
What Kodrick posted is good. Like there's in the second to last picture, you see there's a match above. Don't know, would that be North Carolina or something? Or is it Washington? No, it's Washington D.C. You have a match over there.
Quebec.
Now, if you put a paper behind it's going to cast a shadow to that paper. Yeah. No. Quebec?
It's Quebec and the East Coast and Florida. Those three. Second to the last, right? There's three in a row. Quebec.
The Washington is the middle one.
Yeah, it's Quebec, Washington D.C.
Yeah.
And
so
Florida.
if you put a paper behind that Washington D.C. Match, it'll cast a shadow to that paper, and if you move it backwards, the shadow will be longer and longer, so it'll be casted higher and higher.
What do you mean if you move it backwards?
That's what I said. That the clouds that are underlit are always behind a mountain. So the further you go, the higher the shadow will be. So it'll be casted.
You're
higher.
saying like at the sunrise?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna try to do sunrise here. Sunrise would be.
Hey, let me say something, man. You giving the example of me backing up is really hurting your argument. You're just not really thinking of it the way I am. Okay, if I'm looking out in front of me in the distance, like 69 miles, then I'm looking what that mountain would be seeing, or what a guy sitting on the mountain would be observing, sitting next to the mountain, would be a sun 1 degree higher. Okay, so you're thinking about it backwards, dude. If I backed up, whatever I see, if I backed up 69 miles, you know, I may be getting confused about that, but I know this: if I'm 69 miles away looking at the mountain, you know, and then the sun's further past it, okay, then I know to my brother or whatever standing next to that mountain, if the sun's on the 1 degree on my horizon with a downward angle, it's going to be 2 degrees for him. So it's just going to be more of a downward angle, dude. Your argument, it gets weaker with that example, dude.
I don't understand what you said there.
Okay, you back me away 69 miles. So instead of that, let's think about it like this. It's the same mountain in the same shadow, okay? And at that location, my brother's standing next to the mountain. Okay, let's say I don't know what the sun is doing, but I know that I'm 69 miles away from him in the mountain. On my horizon, the sun is sitting on the horizon at 1 degree, okay? So if he's 69 miles in front of me, under that mountain, then his sun is going to be 2 degrees above the horizon. So that makes it even less likely to get an upward shadow. My point.
Brian, I got the effect you're talking about. I got the light to cast on the bottom of the paper.
If that's what you're doing, I can save you the time. Yeah, I've done it 1,000 times locally. Like I said, it was the parallel sun rays that got me thinking. I mean, I got a globe and a laser. Yeah.
You said that it would be even worse for me if there was someone that has positive 1 degree that is 60 nautical miles away from me, and I'm next to the mountain with the sun being 2 degrees up. Do you have someone casting shadows to the bottom of the clouds where a mountain has the sun at 2 degrees?
No. I mean, it was like a pretty much a thought experiment. But I was just trying to think reverse of what you were thinking. I was trying to put myself 69 miles away, and I was trying to picture what I would see. And one thing I thought about was that if the sun was sitting on the horizon, you know, just in this example, if the sun's at 1 degree for me, okay, then if I'm looking at my brother, who's where I was, then the sun's going to be 2 degrees on his horizon. So the angle's going to be even steeper toward the ground. Not much. It's still going to be pretty much straight out for the most part. But I see what you're saying about the distance backwards. The clouds would have to drop down. But man, you'd have to go a long, long way. That cloud would have to be a long way. I had to do some measurements. It's at least enough to get me to rethink it, look at it. But I see a hint of a fucking explanation, man. And I really, to be honest, man, it's I'm not buying it yet, but it's something to look into. All fairness.
To me, it's as easy as putting if you have a globe, you put a string on top of the globe that is just straight. It'll gonna hit the clouds, quote unquote, clouds on that sphere from the bottom.
Nah, man, not with a downward angle. You're not, you know. And your model, man, I think this is what you're failing to remember. In your model, if it's the Eratosthenes experiment, then the clouds would be the ground and the mountain would be the stick. Okay? The clouds would be the ground, the mountain would be the stick. So if we rotated the sun 90 degrees, then it would be 1 degree. It would be 1 degree above us. It would be toward the side of the mountain. In other words, the sun would have to shine its light down toward the mountain stick, and then it bounce off that back 1 degree to the cloud ground. You got to just take the whole Eratosthenes experiment and turn it sideways, bro. And it's hard to do, but
yeah, I don't see how it's analogous because one is above and one is below. So
So basically, what you're saying is that if a mountain has a 1 degree angle to the sun,
Yeah. Yep.
okay, then it can cast shadows upwards. Like, I don't know, man. I'm having a hard time with that. I think you should really think about the moon phases, man. The moon phases are kind of seal the deal, man. If you think about
Okay,
it.
guys,
but
I'm not
it's
saying this is perfect, but I did get the light to cast under the cloud on the globe.
I've got that to work
Let's-
mentally too on a globe in our
Let's
model.
look at this. This is not
I've
a
got-
good one, but at least it's an idea. Look at that live stream.
yeah.
Did I do it right, Mailman?
Yeah, I think it's sort of good. Yeah, I mean it's just obviously exaggerated, but yeah, that is like if you have it's casting a shadow.
It's exaggerated,
the
but if
bottom
you
of
do
the
have
clouds.
an angle,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
get the light to go under the obstacle. In this case, the mountain. In this case, the toothpicks, and then cast
Yeah,
on the
and-
other side of and make it look like it's going.
Yeah.
Like in that mountain
And-
picture.
And also on this picture, you can see that the shadow of the Earth itself is casted below the mountains, so that is a positive angle for the sun above the horizon, and it's still casting a shadow at the bottom of the clouds.
Yeah, and I see that. I'm good with that example, but I'm trying to lay this argument. The foundation of this argument is parallel sunlight. Hey, listen, guys, I do got to go. I did enjoy the talk and expanding my
It's
mind,
nice
get me
having
to
a
think
talk.
about it.
Thank you,
I'll look into it, man.
Yep.
I'm gonna keep it as a flat Earth, to me, a flat Earth proof, but I will
Sure.
I will look into it before I make any more videos on that. And I do appreciate it, man. I appreciate y'all guys. Take it easy, man, and be cool.
Yeah, good discussion. Have a good one.
How you doing, man?
How am I doing? Good.
Did you think about flying over the South Pole? Talked about that last.
What about South Pole?
I think I was having a discussion with you that no planes don't fly over the South Pole.
Ah, yeah.
Did you look into
Sure.
that?
I mean, yeah, I have looked into it, but there's no routes in real life between 2 points that would cross it. There's some that go over the Antarctica, but none that cross the South Pole.
Isn't Antarctica the South Pole?
Well, depends on how you want to say it. Like, it's not the exact point of the South Pole, not the pole itself, but it's the continent that the South Pole is in or at.
You don't think there's a flight from Argentina to China?
Haven't looked on it, but I would think that no. I mean, Argentina to China seems like quite a far away. I would say that would not cross the South Pole. I would say that it goes through the Pacific Ocean because that would be the shortest route. I haven't checked it, but
It's not. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you on the globe.
sure. Do you do it in Google Earth?
No, I'm going to do it on my global. I'm going to do hopefully I can get a video for 4 or 3 seconds or something. Let's see if I can get it here. See if I can get it.
I can do it quickly on Google Earth.
Do you think Google Earth is accurate? Just wondering.
Well, I mean, that's what everyone uses. I mean, it's the same as your globe, right?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe my globe's not accurate. I don't know, man. At some point, they have to.
What city in Argentina would you like to take?
Any city. Let's say.
Yeah,
hang on. Let's do. Hang on. No. You asked. Let's say the Paula. Mar del Paula.
Mar del Plata. No, that's in Buenos Aires.
Mm.
Yeah, it's in Buenos Aires. Yeah, Mar del Plata. Let's do that.
Is it near Argentina? Yeah, it's near Buenos Aires. Let's just say Buenos Aires. It's fine. Buenos Aires.
I'll take
That's
that.
a big one.
Mar del Plata. Okay, Buenos Aires.
And then you're gonna go to China you're gonna go to exactly. Let's see.
That's Buenos Aires.
Shit, where the hell? Something that makes sense. I don't know how to pronounce these. Macau.
Macau. Okay.
Macau.
So Hong
Macau,
Kong.
Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's North Korea, Shantung, Jiangsu.
Actually, hang on a second. Hang on. This is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It can't be Macau. Sorry. It needs to be is that Delhi? Delhi.
Delhi. Okay.
Do you have
In India?
DALI? Yeah.
Yeah. Was it in?
Yeah. Which is basically China. But
Is it? Don't remember where Delhi is in India. Just a sec, I'll find it soon.
No, Dali, DALI.
DA.
Hang on, let's do this. Thailand.
Yeah.
Chiang Mai. Hang on. Viet.
Bangkok.
Hang on. Laos.
Laos,
LAOS.
Yep.
LAOS.
He's over there. Yep. Do you have a specific city?
No.
Okay, just Laos. Okay. Yep. There, and it's done. Now let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it doesn't go even close to the Antarctica.
It goes right over the South Pole, bro. Here, put the picture in the live stream.
Coming in now. Goes next to Madagascar. That's the shortest distance. Are you still there?
Did you put something? You put something?
Yeah, I posted it.
Let's see. What is this?
That's the shortest distance between those 2 points on the globe.
No, you have to show me the cities.
Oh, okay. I can't show them in one screen because they're so far away. But I can take you. I can give you two pictures of it.
Okay, so let's do this. Okay. On my globe, that goes directly through the South Pole. So either my globe is off or Google Earth is off. Okay. So let's just do this. Okay. Let's just do this.
Can you show your globe?
Take two. How about that? Is that Cape Town right there? That the line that goes almost to Cape Town?
Yeah, and Madagascar statue.
Okay, hang on a second. That would go over the South Pole. Okay, take Cape Town to. So that's the thing. That doesn't really have any islands. To.
Can you show your globe with that? What
New
I posted?
Zealand.
Can you?
Yeah, it would be Cape Town to New Zealand.
Cape Town to New Zealand. Okay,
Yeah,
I can do that.
let's forget the first one, the Laos, because it's obviously way off, right? But
Okay, but can you show? But can you show what you got on your globe?
Yeah, I'm gonna show right now.
Yeah.
So you guys planning a trip together?
Yeah.
We're debunking the globe Earth.
Yeah. He has a globe, and he says that the Google Earth isn't accurate, or the globe he has isn't accurate, because they get a conflicting answer between Buenos Aires and Laos.
Oh. Wait, so what's the question?
What flights would go over the South Pole?
The most effective, efficient flight from New Zealand to Cape Town is directly over the South Pole, but it doesn't go that way. Why not?
You know, there's a really good website if it helps you. It's called GC Mapper. GC Mapper, and it basically allows you to see what any airport to airport Great Circle route would look like. So it doesn't do like the actual flight that from an airplane, like because obviously if you go to an airport website, that'll show you the actual flight it's going to take. But this just shows you airport to airport what's the Great Circle route. That one it might be useful.
I fly in simulators, so I have actually a flight planner that I can use that'll plot the flight with coordinates.
Are you using the Microsoft one?
Yeah, now I used to play X-Plane, but I like the Microsoft better now.
I understand this is a conspiracy. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
This is a conspiracy, so they're gonna cover it up any way they can, right? You understand that, right?
I mean, sure, you can say that, but I can copy a real flight that is going on, and I can fly that while it's going on in real life and get the same result and the same route.
I'm not sure if this is relevant to what you guys are discussing, but there's also a reason why they never fly over the South Pole, even if it was the shortest path.
Here it is. Here it is. Tell us, Coach.
It's ETOPS.
Say again?
Here it is. This is why they. This is a conspiracy. You're at the front door of a great conspiracy. Tell us why they will never fly over the South Pole.
Okay. Yeah. Just the reason why they can't is because there's treacherous terrain and no landing zones. Also, through the mountains and stuff. There's nowhere for an emergency landing.
Yeah.
In most places in Antarctica.
That's the biggest thing. There's no airports over there and no security facilities or anything. So it's if the twin engine aircraft have the things called ETOPS, which is
you know why that makes no sense?
Well, isn't that convenient?
Wow.
No. So what's worse, landing on an ice shelf or landing in the water?
Landing in the mountains in the ice.
No, bullshit.
No,
you don't drown. You wouldn't drown in the ice, would you?
No, but
you would drown in the water, though, wouldn't you?
You
hear yourself?
Sure, but if you take another routing that doesn't go over the South Pole, you would have an emergency airport closer to you than if you were flying over the.
You're just saying that, though. You don't know there's an airport.
I do know, though.
You're saying that you can divert to an island, right?
You can divert to an airport.
Right. So you have this, I'm sure there's airports per se, but okay. You didn't post nothing else, Mailman. I wanted you to show me the. Okay, so here, New Zealand to Cape Town. Okay, let me see what I got.
Okay, I can do it too.
Sure, what I got. First, I'm gonna post the pictures just so you can see it. To
Cape Town to
New Zealand. Anything in New Zealand.
Anything.
Because it's right there on the other side of the South Pole. I mean, we can be specific. The whole point is to make it so you get to dead center.
Yeah, dead center to the South Island. Yep. And I will post a screenshot of it. 11,000 kilometers. Roughly 11,000 kilometers.
Okay.
There you go.
want to find something that goes dead center over the South Pole, you have to find 2 locations that are equally distant from the.
Yeah, Argentina to Perth would go quite close to the geographic pole.
Yeah, Argentina to Perth would be another one, but we're gonna do this one for now.
You want to find 2 places that are equally distant from the South Pole and about opposite sides of the Earth, and that'll be that will go over the South Pole.
Yeah.
So look at my globe. We're kind of in agreement, though. Yours seems to be. I just posted a 7-second video.
Okay, I'm going to watch it.
Let me do another one. This one's going back.
It seems to follow the same route that I posted.
I did another one too. Look at my new one. This is maybe a little better. I'm not sure. So the whole point is to see if we can get a flight from these 2 places, or any place that goes over the South Pole directly, but with the straight line, and then to see if they actually go over the landmass, and if they're gonna do some crazy route, you know. Now, if it was a flat plane, like as a muffled map with the ice rings surrounding the continents and holding the oceans, cradling the oceans within, then they're not going to be able to do this route, are they?
Would you be happy with? Sure.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah. Would you be happy with Buenos Aires to Darwin flight?
Why don't we do these 2?
But there is no flight between those 2 points.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying you can't actually go there.
No. I'm just saying that there's no commercial flight between these 2 points.
Well,
there was a commercial flight that they flew because there's no demand for that route.
Well, you're saying that, right? Maybe there is a demand, but they don't have a flight because they can't do it physically because it's flat.
Well, then there's no flight from Finland to Buenos Aires.
Don't say there's no. I mean, I want you to be fair. Don't say there's no demand, okay? Because somebody is going to go from New Zealand.
No.
Cape Town.
Demand is what makes flight routes. It's the only thing that makes them.
Oh man. See, here's where you have to check your honesty. I'm being really serious with you right now. You can't tell me there's no demand, okay? Because I'm saying it's not physically possible. If there was a demand, they wouldn't have a flight because it's not physically possible. So you gotta be fair with me, okay? You gotta be fair that it could be either way, all right?
Sure, it can be either way, but there is a flight from Buenos Aires to Darwin that was just flown, QF14.
Okay, hang on. Let me look at Buenos Aires to. Where's Darwin, by the way?
Australia.
Yeah.
Darwin is north of
Buenos
Australia.
Aires. I got Buenos Aires to Darwin.
Yeah.
Okay, see. Okay, so that. Hang on. Wait. That one goes directly over the South Pole. Yes. Can you give me a picture of that also?
Over.
Well, in my globe, it goes directly over.
I can give a picture, but I mean, yeah, the globe thing that you're doing is quite weird because you don't put any string or anything there to show the actual route.
That's what I was going to say.
I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it.
You should get a string and attach it to your globe.
Well, I don't have a string right now. I mean, I can get one.
Buenos Aires is there.
And I was just going to ask, are you guys... Say again?
Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to see if you guys are trying to see if you can find a flight that goes over the South Pole, because you're not going to find one if that's the goal.
Well, before you continue, I want to see what they're going to do. If that's my point, let's get two locations that are close. That are the closest path is over the South Pole. And then let's see the route they take. That's going to be the adventure, the investigation.
Well, like I said, the easiest way to do that is just to find 2 places that are equally distant from the South Pole, and also both about opposite
over the
sides of the
landmass.
Earth.
Over the
Yeah,
landmass.
Yeah. That's the Buenos Aires to Darwin flight.
You posted it?
Yep, it goes over the Antarctica, but not over
See,
the South Pole.
this is bullshit.
Why? That's an actual flight that happened.
Let me tell you what I think. They faked this Google Earth because this flight would be middle South Pole, okay? But they didn't do that. Let me hear me out. They put it at the edge. So in other words, I'm telling you, they moved the whole continent of the South Pole over because what they'll do if they do have a flight like this, what'll happen? Here, mark my words. They're going to go from Darwin, right? On this picture you sent me, they're going to go east around a big water mass, completely avoiding the ice, and then do a nice arc back to where is it? Laos? Where are we going?
Buenos Aires to Darwin.
To Buenos Aires, they're going to do a nice little C-shaped arc, and they're going to say, "Oh, it has to be an arc because it's a sphere. It's curving," which is bullshit.
No,
because we can do a straight line on the globe, a straight line like this.
The problem is
that's their answer for not. This is what Kosha was saying. That's their answer for not going over the landmass of the South Pole.
No, but your problem is that the distance is 14,700 kilometers, and they flew it in 15 hours and 25 minutes. How long would your arc on the flat Earth be?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
It has to be
We can look at the globe first. Well,
sure.
the point wasn't to look at the flat Earth map because you guys don't believe in that anyways. The point was to see what they're doing with the globe. That's all.
Yeah, and this is what they do. The distance is 14,704 kilometers, but that's not 100% because it's not from airport to airport following the route, but roughly 15,000 kilometers. And I did it in 15 hours and 25 minutes.
Hang on one second. Wait, hold that thought. Let me look at my globe real quick.
There's also a video of this flight.
You said wait.
Explained.
I'm sorry. Tell me one more time where we're going from.
Buenos Aires to Darwin.
Okay, hang on a second. Buenos Aires to Darwin. Okay. Now, isn't the circumference of the Earth 29,450 miles?
Don't remember that off the top of my head.
24,901.
Okay, 24. Okay, I'm calling bullshit right now. Because this distance between Darwin to Buenos Aires is less than half the globe, and you're saying it's more than half. And here's the trickery, guys. Here's the trickery. I'm looking at the globe right now. It's less than half the globe, so it's about 9,000 miles. Okay, on this distance.
Yeah.
This is what's happening. Okay.
Hold on.
Before you go on, I'm trying to say something. Kilometers. So how many miles is that?
Divided by 1.6. I'm not sure.
Are you sure? 15,000 even?
No, it's 14,704 from the city center to city center, not from airport to airport following the
7 what?
704
kilometers. So you divide by 1.6? Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay, I get 9,190 miles. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so that's the distance between Buenos Aires and Darwin. Yeah, it's not quite half the globe. So yes, so it's 9,000. So that distance is correct. Okay.
Yeah, on a globe. Yeah, it doesn't break the model.
So now here's hang on. Here's the issue. Where does this flight route go? Does it go over the ice?
Yes.
That would be the next thing to find out. It does go over the ice?
Yeah.
Well, that proves Kosher wrong, but I'm going to call bullshit on that. Unless, okay, check this out.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't
go Kosher wrong. This doesn't go over. It doesn't go over the geographic South Pole. It just goes over the Antarctic.
What's the difference?
The difference is hundreds or thousands of kilometers.
You see the line.
Yeah, but he's talking about the South.
Geography.
Yeah, the South Pole is a
Mailman.
single location.
You see the line, it goes over the landmass.
Yes, but the landmass isn't a pole.
Hang on. The line from Buenos Aires to Darwin is over the landmass, yes or no?
Yes.
Now, let's find out which way the flight actually goes. Post it.
Post
You
what?
understand? You can't find that? You can't find the path that they take, the real path? Not
Sure.
a
Yep. I can post it.
That's what we want to find out. This is really not great because it's at the edge, so they're gonna like you said, they're gonna fly in the water and they're gonna say it's just a nice perfect C shape because the Earth is curved. That's their answer, which is stupid.
Yeah, but why would if the Antarctica was the outer edge, that would mean they would fly out of the way just to go over the land for a little bit, just to claim they went over Antarctica just to get there. So it should take a lot longer.
But hang on, Coach. That's on the flat plane. We haven't even got there yet. I'm trying to figure out the globe first, okay? Just one thing at a time. Let's see if they fly over the landmass. Let's see if they really do it. They could go around the edge a little bit. They can say, well, go sightseeing, go along the edge of the ice wall, But the closest route, according to this, would be... Oh, I can debunk this, guys. I can debunk this. Look, do you see how... Okay, so... Do you see how we're at the edge of the South Pole? Right? And I think that's a fakery, right? So this is what I want to do. I want to find two locations that go directly over the middle of the South Pole, and I bet you can't do that. Not because there's no flights, but because they can't physically go over the middle. They have to do some edge angle. That's
what I mean. You're not gonna find one that goes over the middle of Antarctica. I think you're conflating Antarctica and the South Pole, by the way. But yeah, they're not gonna go over the middle of Antarctica.
I'm just saying Antarctica.
It's too dangerous.
I'm just saying Antarctica.
They'll go over the edge of Antarctica. The Antarctica continent. They'll go over the edge of the continent because the edges, there's less mountains and it's a little bit safer. But the part where there's high mountains and stuff like that, and absolutely no, bases or anything like that, commercial flight legally can't, it's not going to fly over a place like that. They put too many people at risk like every time they fly.
But Coach, I want you to just check yourself because you're just parroting this, right? Because there's an airport in Mercado.
In where?
Mercado.
Yeah, that's right. That's not in the center of the continent.
We're not going to the center of the continent.
I thought you said you wanted to see a flight that goes over the center.
Yeah, I do. But there is an airport, and there is places to land in Antarctica landmass in the south.
There is, okay. But it's not an airport. There's no facilities for 300 people over there.
Hang on. Back up. There's many thousand scientists there right now doing stupid shit. Right now. So believe me, they can hold 300 people.
They're all on the edge,
they can't feed and hold 300 people.
See, Coach, you're making arguments, but you're not letting yourself. Look, they're on the edge. This flight goes exactly over the edge. Just like they're on the edge, right? This flight goes exactly over the edge. You know why they're not in the middle? Because the middle is the most unlivable place on Earth, more than in the globe model, in the flat Earth model. It's the most unlivable place on Earth. The altitude is an issue with the flat Earth, not the globe Earth. The flat Earth claims that it mountains up with ridiculous altitudes after the ice shelf. So all the scientists are on the edge of the landmass, on the edges, and it is very dangerous in the center.
I posted a video. There's Qantas flying over Antarctica in a Santiago to Sydney direct flight. It goes to 75 degrees south.
Okay, back up. Let's not. I know. See, here's the thing. This is fakery you're showing me right now. I know before I look at it. What we're trying to do.
Then okay.
Hang on. We're trying to be investigators. We said Darwin to Buenos Aires. So don't show me Don't show me Sydney. You see my point?
Sure, but you said that is fakery. So why would I post anything to you? Because you're just gonna say, "Oh, because the Earth is flat, it doesn't exist, so it has to be fake." So this is pointless again.
You're okay. Don't try to think about what I'm gonna think about. I just wanted
You
to have the
already
question
did it.
answered. The question is,
You already did it.
show me the flight path. But so show us the flight path from Darwin to Buenos Aires. That's all we need to know right now. And does it go?
Sure,
Don't show me
okay.
Sydney. Does it go over the ice, physical ice? And guess what? Me and Coaster just talked. The scientists are at the edge, and there's an airport there, and there's thousands of people there right now. So don't tell me you can't hold 300 people. Now, dangerous. I'll accept dangerous, but don't tell me it can't hold 300 people, and you can't have an airport. There's an airport there. There's at least one. There's probably two.
Yeah, there is airport there, but there's different kinds of airplanes.
Here you go, man.
Some
different kinds of
airplanes
airplanes. It's
can't
military
land
airplanes.
on ice. Yeah.
They have to have chains on their tires. What is it?
You can't land an A380 in the Antarctica. It'll fucking go through the ice and waste so much.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, reality is excuses.
Well, to be fair, I don't know what it would do on ice, but it's not like puffy snow. You know, like the ice shelf, for example.
It is ice. Yeah, it's ice.
The ice shelf, for example.
Yeah.
It's flat and sturdy.
There's videos of videos of C-17 Globemasters landing their 757. There was actually
I'll
a
watch the video, but so here's the thing. I was
8X from Finland.
If you don't have the flight path, if you don't know where they're flying between Darwin and Buenos Aires, how can you even trust them at all? If they don't show the flight path, why wouldn't they?
But I'll show you the flight path on Flight Radar 24, but I know what your answer is going to be, so. I'm just looking for.
What is it going to be before I look at it? You want to tell me what it's going to be? You want to wait for it?
Yeah, you're going to say that it's fake.
I probably will. But
or that it's a wrong map projection. One of those two.
Well, does it deviate from the line, Mailman?
What line?
The line that we made from Google Earth. The line that the shortest distance between two spots is a straight line. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does it deviate from the line?
I can't compare those two lines because one is on a map projection and one is on a globe.
But a line goes one place to the other one. You would know that between what's in between. I mean, you can't compare.
But if it's a map, if it's a projection, then it's not a straight line. That's how map projections work.
It's not the actual path.
It is, but it is not on the fucking.
I don't know what you mean by projection, man. I don't know what you mean by projection. It's either the path or not the path.
Yeah, it is the path. It goes over the landmass. Yeah, I can show you that. I'm just searching for it now. It's in my downloads somewhere.
Did you download it right now and you can't find it?
Yeah, I have too many pictures. I have everything in the same place, all WhatsApp pictures and everything. So
I got a new laptop and I'm just having fun with it like
I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone.
The phones are replacing computers in a lot of ways. I do more stuff on my phone than I do on my computer. Go shopping via my phone.
I never go to Discord on computer. It's always on my phone. Even if I'm on my computer, I'm still here on my phone. Just like it more.
You there, Kosha? Kosha likes to talk, so I probably went somewhere where you can talk. Likes to hear himself talk. While you do that, I'm gonna watch this video with Sydney.
Oh, I found it. I'm gonna post three images.
Three images.
Yeah, it's from FlightAware and Flight Radar 24.
Just so you
That's
know,
the
the
route.
Sydney to Santiago doesn't actually go over the landmass. So if they did that, they're just detouring.
Why doesn't it go with landmass? Are you saying that the route, the shortest distance, isn't over the landmass?
It goes right over the water on my globe.
Oh, I can do it for you, too.
Okay, let me see what you posted. What is
That's
this curvy
the.
line?
Yeah, I said that it's on a projection of a map, so it's not on a curved surface. It's depicted on a flat surface, so it's a curving line.
No.
So there we go. That's what I predicted.
Listen, why would it need to curve?
Because we are projecting a curved surface on.
Okay, so let me answer your question. You take a globe, okay, put the lines across from Sydney to Santiago, flatten the globe out to paper, and the lines do not change. I mean, it's still a straight line. The only thing that would change would be the depth, the height of the curve, not the left and right, not the up and down, left and right of the curve. I mean, the up and down would change, not the left and right. But let me look at this. Let me see what this is. Press Aries to Darwin. Do they stop? Okay. You didn't show where they're going. No, man. No, man. You there? Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I the only person here?
I hear you, man.
Hey,
I
Priscilla,
don't
you're
know what
flat
mailman.
here, Globe.
I'm a flathead.
I'm trying to check out the route between, in this case, where is it? Where are we going? Darwin to Buenos Aires.
I got cut out for like minutes there. Didn't hear
Welcome
anything.
back. It's okay, welcome back. You're supposed to post the Darwin route, and I haven't seen that yet.
I posted it. It's right there.
No, you posted the Buenos Aires to the Antarctic, but you didn't post Antarctic to Darwin.
What? Yeah, I mean, yeah,
You only
sure.
posted
I
half
didn't.
of it. You only posted half of it.
Sure, but you wanted to see it go over the landmass of the Antarctica.
No. We need to see where Darwin is.
Well, I didn't take a screen cap of the other side of the flight. Just took this
That's
one.
the most important thing. And why are you showing me times of the airplane?
The flight times.
Why are you showing that? You know they can be late or early, right? You know you can have a delay of 1 hour, right?
Yeah, you can have a delay, but there was no delay, so.
You don't know that.
Well, then, yeah, sure. Then I don't know if the flight even existed or if any flight that I've never been on exists.
No. Let's be honest. When you get to the airplane, they can say, "Oh, there's wind. We're gonna have to wait 45 minutes." You've never had that?
The flight time that is over there in the last picture, those are actual times.
Okay, hold on a second. So here's what I want you to be. I want you to use your critical thinking now. Yeah. You're believing this. You don't know if these flight times are real. This is just numbers they're giving you. Sure. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but that's for any flight, anywhere, anytime.
Yes, and when we get to the airplane, if they tell us, hey, you know what? There's a little hurricane. We have to wait 45 minutes. They're not going to put that in the time in the flight time. The flight time is scheduled.
They are going to put it over here because in FlightAware, in FlightAware it says that the takeoff was 12:28 and it says on time. That means that it took off on time.
Okay, I'm going to see if what you're saying makes any sense to me. Where's the FlightAware? Okay, Qantas gate 12, gate 3, on time. 12 minutes. What does 12 minutes early mean?
It's gonna arrive 12 minutes early than predicted.
Oh, that's like a prediction of what's happening in the future.
Yeah, the takeoff time is on time, so that's validated. But the 12 minutes early is just a prediction. That's why it's like angled or like.
Okay, and then what's this one with the aircraft VHZNH? October 5th, Buenos Aires, Darwin. October 3rd, Biscayne, Buenos Aires. What is that?
Hold on, which one?
The middle picture.
The middle picture. That's hold on a second. Yeah, it flew from Brisbane to Buenos Aires, and then from Buenos Aires to Darwin because someone was asking, did they fly the other way? So how did they get the plane to Buenos Aires if it actually is a globe? So there's that.
You're going from Brisbane. I don't know what Brisbane is. We'll have to find that later. But it is go from Buenos Aires to Darwin October 5th.
Yeah, it first flew October 3rd. It flew from Brisbane to Buenos Aires in 12 hours.
I'm just curious. Where's Brisbane?
It's in Australia.
Brisbane. And then Buenos Aires.
I don't remember if it's East or West Australia.
Aries too. So it's just basically doing like a loop. Back and forth.
Back and forth,
to Chile, back to Australia.
Yeah, that's how flights work.
Okay, let me see. I'm from Brisbane.
That was like they were getting Australians back to Australia. So I think they flew empty, or they just transported cargo to Buenos Aires and then took people back.
Brisbane. I have sandstone. Brisbane. Port Lincoln. Is Brisbane on the Australian continent?
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, okay. Brisbane is just north of Sydney. It's basically the same place as Sydney.
Sort of. Yeah,
It's actually the same. Okay, so here, I'm not saying it's fake. What I'm saying is this this route you show here is bullshit. Okay, let me tell you why.
Yep.
They're just showing you like a hand-drawn path they're gonna go, and they're only showing you half. Why would they do that?
No,
It says
you
here,
can.
Buenos Aires to Darwin. Why don't they show you Buenos Aires to Darwin? They say Buenos Aires. See, understand. I don't think you can cross the South Pole. The South Pole is an ice ring. So this
Sure,
is the
but there's-
bullshit that we get, okay?
But
They're not
in
even
the- in the
showing you
app-
where you're going.
But in the app that I used, there's a limit of how far back you can zoom, so I can only take a screen grab from
Isn't
a.
that convenient? But it does. You
But
do
how
know where you're
it's
going, though.
it applies everywhere. You can zoom back
Hang on.
as much in north than in south.
Hang on. But we do know where we're flying, though. Where are we flying? Show me the route. What are we doing? There's a
But
route
there,
that goes from the South Pole to Antarctic to
but hold on.
where the hell are we going? To Darwin. Where's
You
that
can't
route?
show me, but you can't show me any flight routes right now. There's not a single flight route that you can show me.
Well, that's fucking bullshit.
No, it isn't, because you can't show me. You can
Why
only
not?
show me some hand-drawn things on a map or a surface.
Let me tell you something different. If we use our critical thinking, right?
Yeah.
We don't know the flight path these airplanes are taking, anyways. They can give us
There
a
you go.
path. We don't know which path. They
There you
can be going arc. They can go like a triangle out of the way, come back.
Sure.
They can take longer or shorter.
But that's why the issue in these two, or this one flight QF14, or just the 6051, the issue is the flight time.
Well, I haven't even got there yet. But here's my problem. I want to see what the flight path is from Buenos Aires to Darwin, and you only show me Buenos Aires to the Antarctic. That's all you're showing me.
If okay, how would you like me to show you? I already showed it to you on Google Earth. What more would you need?
You did? Hang on, let me go
Yes.
back. Is that the line you drew?
Yeah, the 14,704 kilometers.
That line starts in New Zealand,
No,
and
it
it goes
starts
to
in.
Cape Town.
No, it's later. It's right above the video from Mr. Helidude that I posted.
Okay, I see. Darwin to Chile, right?
No, Darwin to Buenos Aires.
Sorry. Darwin to Buenos Aires. Okay, so here, what we have here is a like a string on the globe Earth from Darwin to Buenos Aires. But wouldn't you think that they'd show us the actual flight path, not a line, which is what you drew as a line? Wouldn't we deserve to see the actual flight path? Where is that? That's my question. And you showed me what looked like a hand drawing from Buenos Aires to the Antarctic. Do you see why I'm not satisfied?
But that line that is curving in the app that I posted follows the same line that is in the Google Earth photo.
Let's just say I accept that, but I don't. Let's just say I accept that. I'm not gonna argue about that part because you guys always say that. But I want to know where the path is from the south, from the Antarctic to Buenos Aires. I'm sorry, to Darwin.
Darwin, yeah. I didn't take a screen cap from that part because I only wanted to show with this that the airplane actually is in Buenos Aires at that point and it was taking off or flying already.
Well, isn't Darwin though just as important? Isn't Darwin just as important?
I mean, my main point when I did this was not about the route; it was about the flight time and the distance between those 2 points.
Okay, can we get that now? Can we get the route from the Antarctic to Darwin now?
Well,
will that take a lot of time?
basically, no, because if I wanted that, I would have to pay to use the app to get because it's
It costs money.
far in the history. Yeah, it's like I don't know, 15 euros a month if I wanted. But then I could go the app. Then I could go to the app, but the only thing that it would show is that same kind of line from Antarctica to Darwin. It would still be just like you said, a hand-drawn line.
Well,
and the flight was actually, I think it was nighttime for me, so I couldn't really follow it in the app because I went to bed.
Okay, so let me say something else, right? This picture of the High Scully Toulouse flight tracker, it's showing like colorful toy golden airplanes and lines over ice, but it's a physical piece of art. It's not a digital image. It's not a Google image. It's just like a physical drawing. Why would they do that?
What's a physical drawing?
This Buenos Aires to the Antarctic. Flying over.
Yeah.
So it's this is the bullshit. This is what they do in NASA. They have artists draw us pictures, right? Why can't we see like an image of going over, like a real image, or at least a digital computer image?
Well, I posted one video of someone flying Santiago to Sydney, and you said that it's fake. So what? Well,
hang on. Let me take that back. That's a beautiful video, by the way. Love those ice scenes. But it looks like what they did is, and I'm not saying it's fake per se, but what they detoured. They went from Sydney to where to Chile?
Santiago.
Santiago. On my globe, it doesn't go over the South Pole, so that's one thing. So they detoured to go around the ice, right? That's one thing. And we don't know the time. We don't know the flight, the truth about the flight, but it's a great video, but it doesn't really prove anything. That's all I want to say. It doesn't really show what I want to see. I think that flight did go over the ice, and that I'm assuming that it's the Antarctic. But it doesn't show me the actual flight path.
Sure.
If you looked at the video, it does show. It does show the water. You do see some water, so they are close to the water, so they're close to the edge. Okay.
Sure. And then the issue would then be the flight time. Because we have a distance on the globe, and you have to have a distance on the flat Earth, and the distance on the flat Earth has to be
the flat Earth again. I haven't looked at that, but
sure.
Okay, so here's this one. I want to say one thing. This is bullshit that they're giving us hand drawings of a path, and they can't give us for example, the pilot, for example, doesn't have a hand drawing. They have a real path, right?
Sure. I mean, I think you could. I think it could be a thing to contact Qantas and ask for the flight plan. I think they hold records for those, and then you could plot that on I don't know, maybe it's a Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then you can just see how it looks on a globe.
that'd be doing some little investigation on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Because I can plot a flight today on that simulator between those 2 points, and I can see how far it would roughly take to fly that, and it'll be using the real world navigational aids.
it's not proving anything, but at least it's showing, that what it could
It's
look like at
consistent.
least.
Yeah, and it would
It
be
can show that it's
consistent.
consistent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to my DuckDuckGo. I'm gonna see if I can find out something from Darwin to Buenos Aires, right?
Yeah, but it was a one-off flight from Buenos Aires to Darwin because they were getting like stranded Australians away from Buenos Aires. So that's not a scheduled flight.
Darwin to
I mean,
Buenos.
this is a bad time to come into the debate because of the COVID. There's not a lot of flights going on around the world, so.
Buenos Aires. Hey, they had to have a pandemic to shut these flights down because they were proving the flat Earth. There you go. Down to Buenos Aires. They made that COVID so they can stop this flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
I went to Buenos Aires. Flight path.
Yo, I gotta hop off. I'm just coming to my home.
Hey, thank
do
you.
stuff.
We'll continue tomorrow or whatever. Appreciate it.
Yep, sure. It's nice talking.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Yep.
Images. Look at images. Sydney to Argentina. This is ridiculous. Buenos Aires to literally none of these pictures have. Let's see. Sydney to Argentina. Sydney to. This is so stupid. I'm gonna show you guys something. This is so ridiculous. Sydney to Argentina. Instead of going over the South Pole. Save image. Sydney. Oops. Sydney to Argentina. Okay. Oops. Let's see. Here is the bullshit. Alright, so let's see. Where's my Sydney?
I had to go for a little bit. Did you guys come to any conclusions?
Kosha. Some bullshit, that's what. So like, there's a flight path, right? Where a flight goes from one place to the next. So
I've heard about those. Yeah.
I asked to look at the flight path. You won't believe what he showed. Well, he showed me what they showed him, right? So it's in his defense, right? But this is fucking ridiculous, bro. They show like the path from Darwin. Look up in the text, but we're going from Darwin to Buenos Aires, which if you look at 139, are you in LA? 139. We're going from Darwin to Buenos Aires, and it shows a straight line over the South Pole, over the Antarctic, rather. I always get those. I always say that. And then I asked for the flight path. So that's the flight path on Google Earth. The straight line, right? And then that's the flight path. And then I look at 157. It's basically like a hand drawing, like an art drawing. Flight path. It's into the Antarctic, but we don't have the Antarctic to Darwin, which is I wanted to see if that flight path corresponds with the Google Earth straight line. That's all I wanted to see.
I know, but I'm telling you, it's not going to. They don't. They just don't.
Well, this one, according to this art drawing, they do fly over the South Pole landmass. They do fly into the ice shelf because it's
the Antarctic. Yeah, they fly over the Antarctic.
They do fly over the Antarctic. So either you're right or wrong, but according to this, they're going to go on the ice, which is what I want to see.
Kodrick, okay. I'm going to post a video from Wolfie6020. He has the whole route. I didn't take a screen cap of the whole route, but he has it in his video.
Okay, sweet.
Which one are you laughing at? Because it looks like the one that Moman posted at 3:57. It looks like that's the same flight path as the Google Earth almost.
Yeah, but it's an art drawing though. Like you can't give us like a digital or like
no, that's not an art.
It's an art drawing. It's not an art drawing.
That's not. That's from the Mercator map.
Look at the ice. Look at the Antarctic. Look at these planes. Look at these golden little planes. This is not art drawing.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
For me, it's 1:57 a.m.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That one looks like the flight path. Yeah.
But it's an art drawing.
What do you mean an art drawing?
It's
not. They're not gonna have real pictures of it. Is that what you're expecting?
Well, I guess they couldn't do real pictures, but I thought they would show us like a Google Earth or a digital image or something
check the video.
You would see, like if you were a pilot.
Check the video that I posted with the Wolfie's video. He goes more into it than my pictures.
That flight path, the one that he's posted, and the one that goes on Google Maps, like other than the fact that one's curved because it's on a Mercator map, other than that fact, they look identical, to be honest.
Yeah, and what you just posted there, put it from Buenos Aires to Darwin, and it'll follow the path that's in my picture.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you have those two routes there. Put one in Darwin from Buenos Aires, and it'll follow the path that I posted in the Flight Radar 24.
I just got this one off of DuckDuckGo off images. I don't know if I can find Buenos Aires to Darwin.
Oh,
let me see.
fair.
Let me go back to that.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can just do it in Google Maps, or you can just do it yourself in Google Maps. Just go from one place to the other, and then just zoom out. But that's what it looks like on the Mercator.
I gotta show you. I gotta tell you guys something now. This is bullshit. These loops.
If my evidence is weak, you should watch the video.
No. I'm not saying anything about your evidence. My evidence. I posted 2:21 a.m. These. Okay. Let's just use our brain for a second. The closest distance is a straight line, not a loop through the South Pole.
Dude, those aren't real maps, man. Those are just projections.
Maps. Yeah, it's a projection of a globe. It's a flat surface.
Those are straight lines.
That's a straight fucking line. I'm gonna eat for somebody's blind.
On a globe.
Yeah, by straight lines I mean straight paths.
You guys have been raised on this shit, and they tell you this bullshit, and you believe it. It's a straight line on that globe.
Get a string, and do it yourself. Then get a string on your globe, and go from those two places, and you'll see that that's the path. You'll also see that string is going over the same land or same parts of the water and land that it's doing there. The only difference is it's distorted there. That's the most distorted part of the map of the Mercator map.
Also in the north too. In the north too, it's mirrored in the north.
Yeah, like the Antarctica part and the part at the North Pole area. Yeah, those are the most distorted parts of the Mercator maps.
I don't see why that would be a thing. You just take a globe and like.
You don't see why that would be a thing.
Like if I take a picture of the globe, for example. let me see. I can go 1.
Let me tell you why, man.
2.
You know zero latitude? Zero latitude is also known as the equator. Okay, and the equator goes all the way around the middle part of the Earth at 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south. That's a single point. It's not even multiple points. It's a single point. And the equator that goes all the way around the middle and that single point on the Mercator map, those are made to seem like those are the same distance. So the top and the bottom are stretched out enormously. The entire North Pole is stretched out enormously across the entire north of the Mercator map. Same thing with the South Pole. So there's a huge
You mean
distortion
like
in
the
north and south.
Islamov? You mean like the Islamov map is
No,
distorted like that?
no, not like that one. Mercator map is more distorted than AE map.
Okay, I'm gonna just say something in general. Like, I can take this globe and I can take a picture of of the North Pole, the top of it, and get like almost half the globe. Take a picture of the bottom, South Pole, and then I get almost half the globe. And I can take a picture of, let's say, Africa, Australia, Brazil. Let's just say 4. I can do it 4 times, just like a D6. You guys know what a D6 is?
The plane?
A dice, 1 to 6.
Oh, yeah,
Perhaps.
dice, yeah.
And I can get the whole globe in 6 pictures.
Okay.
So why would you put a map that would bulge a line like that if it was a straight line?
Because
That to
that's
me
a
doesn't make
Mercator
sense.
map, dude. You can't. Here's the thing: you can't get the whole globe in one picture. That's the problem. Because you can't get the whole globe in one picture. Anything that's going to try to capture the entire Earth without turning it or anything is going.
Let's see what I get. Mercator map. How do you spell that?
MERCATOR. Might be ER. But either way, type this and type in Mercator map, and then type in like distortion or projection, and it'll show you blue map with like orange circles to show you which parts of it are distorted and to what degree. I have the image in my phone, but
Hang on.
actually, no.
Hold
Let
the
me
phone.
I'm gonna
Hold the
pull up the one that
phone.
I have.
Hold the fucking phone, bro. Guess what, bro?
What's up, man?
Dude, the globe Earth is debunked. Holy shit. Look at this. This just hit me right now. Do you see how big the South Pole is? Oh boy, I don't know how you guys will get away from this one.
Not sure what you're looking at, but I just found
Dude,
my Mercator map projection thing on the post.
No.
What you talking about, Willis?
Let's put Mercator.
Yeah, I posted it in. I have it in there. And the thing is, it doesn't show you the very bottom and the very top, but those circles get even bigger.
Oh, I got the bottom and top, believe me.
No, I'm saying on the picture that I posted, it said the orange circles. The orange circles will show you how much it's distorted, which parts are distorted. The circles are bigger on the bottom, so the circles keep getting bigger and bigger.
It's like you give explanations, but it doesn't mean anything.
How does that mean?
You're
That's
trying
how
to
the Mercator.
explain it.
That shows you the Mercator. That
You're
shows you
trying
the
to
Mercator
explain
map
it.
distortion.
Okay. You're trying to explain it. Okay, and I appreciate that. But you have to hear what you're really saying. All right,
I mean,
so
do you understand? Do you understand what those circles represent? Like, I don't understand what you're confused about. That Mercator map thing that I posted, those circles show you how much it's distorted at each part of the map. The sizes of those circles shows you how big they are in comparison to how big they're supposed to be. And if you were to keep on, if they were to keep on drawing those circles north and south, they would get even bigger.
And do you know why they do that?
Yes, because that's how they have. I told you that earlier.
Confusion, my friend. They're
They have to make the
confusing
North
you,
Pole.
bro.
They have to make the North Pole and the South Pole the same size as the equator in order to make it a rectangle.
They're confusing you, bro. I mean, I'm hearing you. They need to make the North Pole and the South Pole bigger, as big as the equator. You know what? They would need to make it. They would need to make it. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't.
They wouldn't what?
Like if I took my globe and peeled off the paper, it wouldn't look like that.
Of course, it wouldn't look like that. But imagine this: look at the middle part of your globe, and look at. Does it show you where 60 degrees north and south are on the globe? Does it tell you where's what?
Let me see.
Imagine taking that ball, right, and every layer of it, and you want to make it look like a rectangle. In order to make it look like a rectangle, you got to stretch out the top part and the bottom part in order to make them equal to the middle part.
I see 60, 70, 80.
Okay. Yeah, all those lines. They have to make all those lines the same length. So 0, the one in the middle, they have to make all those other lines the same length as that line. That means that they have to stretch out because all those lines are smaller. 60 is a lot smaller than 0 and smaller than 80. They have to stretch those lines out in order to make them, when you put it on a piece of paper, look like a rectangle.
Yeah, but that makes them fatter, not
Exactly.
that makes them east to west fatter, not north to south fatter.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I am right.
Yeah, you're right.
I? Okay, then tell me why is Greenland so big when it's not really that big? You said wider, not taller. It would be wider, not taller. The Greenland here is as big as Africa. And here's what I wanted to show you. You see this South Pole? See this Antarctica down here? This is the biggest landmass. Antarctica is bigger than Africa and Asia combined.
No, it's not.
And Europe. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Antarctica is not bigger than Africa.
I just want to tell you. This is how it is on the flat Earth map.
Yeah, on the Mercator map, of course.
Is bigger than out of Africa, Asia, China,
listen,
Europe.
what we just said. If Antarctica is all over the South Pole, if the globe is correct, then whenever you take that globe and you stretch it out to make it a rectangle, Antarctica is going to take up the entire map from left to right. Because
listen. It wouldn't. Okay.
Why? Okay, listen. Why wouldn't it? You just said if you have to stretch out the entire bottom to make it the same size as the middle, and it takes up the entire bottom, then of course it's going to be on the map completely from the left to the right.
We talked about east-west bigger, not north-south bigger. They make it. Let's say they make it bigger east-west, but they don't make it fatter. They don't make it north-south bigger. So they've made it both bigger in both ways, north-south and east-west. And you know this makes sense, Coach Joe? On the South Pole, guess what? If you go down no matter what you do, you're gonna hit landmass. You're gonna hit the Antarctic circle. You're gonna hit the Antarctic shelf. And you can look at any globe and you can easily avoid Antarctica by just going right around it. Just a little bit, a few degrees. But in this Mercator map, which they apparently use, somebody uses it, the whole bottom, no matter which way you go south, you're going to hit the landmass. That's exactly the way it is on the flat Earth map. You know that. So this is like eye-opening to me. They're showing you the flat Earth, and you don't see it. Boy, oh boy. That said, you can't take a globe and make it. If you took a globe and made it a square map, it would look different. I'll give you that, but it would not. This continent down here would not be that big, unless maybe maybe there's a truth out there. They're giving you hints, man, of where you live. What to tell you, man? You there, Riggs? Geo? Let me get going, guys. But here's the Mercator map. I'm just gonna put here. Flat Earth. Proven by the Mercator map. Projection. Wow. Look how big Antarctica is. Whistleblower. Let's look at the azimuthal map. Okay. Come on, guys. Take a show. I just posted the azimuthal flat Earth map. And, bro, pretty close. Pretty close to what you got there. Just saying. Good night.
is claiming fish tanks debunk the globe in gems.
Did you say Merle?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been saying that for a while. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think, White's word? Do you think fish tanks debunk the globe?
Definitely.
How about Riggs?
They look flat. You do the thought experiment without believing in gravity, and it checks out. Big fish tanks are also flat. Why would they start bending if you don't believe in gravity? But it's just I just find it childish. It's annoying for me. Paul, the physics teacher who used to be a physics teacher, he came on as the physicist. We debunked him, and he started calling himself the physics teacher. He is claiming that if he had 100-meter fish tank, he could measure curve on the surface. So it's almost as bad as Miles' claim for me.
Well, I mean, why couldn't they just freeze a giant swimming pool and then draw a triangle on it? See if the angles add up to more than 180. I mean, like a huge swimming pool.
Yeah, you said that before. I don't know. I mean, it's worth a try. That someone should.
Yeah. Or they could do the Dawn Treader laser experience.
That's an awful lot more money. A mile for each side of a triangle. They could do that on a lake, couldn't they? Or
Yeah, as long as you're sure that it's
just
frozen
100
solid.
meters. 100 meters in a Olympic pool.
Sure. I mean, the bigger the better, but I think the bigger the surface, then the thicker you can make your lines. But if you got a really small surface, then you got to make really thin lines so you get it an angle as precise as possible.
Just worried about if it's really big in nature. We can't tell easily if it's flat ice or horizontal ice. I mean, we can't tell why it's horizontal or why it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, would it freeze curved or would it?
I don't know.
Who the hell knows? That's
I'm
why
sure
it's a
I've seen-
fucking.
I'm sure I've seen ice humps before in my life. I just can't remember why or where.
Glaciers?
No, just like weird shape. You know, when you're in your back garden and you've got sand pits and buckets and different things, and they fill up with water and then freeze
Oh,
over.
yeah.
Sometimes they expand into humps or something.
Yeah, it's like the creator made it nearly pick one because he's not going to tell you.
I feel that's true for most human, unless you want to devote your life to the nerdism kind of thing.
Yeah.
You have to just decide what you believe in.
Because Jeremy brings this up all the time. We need, we need something final. We got to end this.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
No, I mean, they can get modern new pics from space. You know, home personal pics from space. That might happen in the next 10, 20 years if people go up. And then we'll have to decipher them and see if they're true. It'll be the same argument over again.
I don't know, because what's his name keeps on saying every few years, he says, because like the first thing he said from 128,000 feet, you won't see curves. Then he said from 63 miles up, you wouldn't see curves. So, I mean, we're going to have to really get up there mad far.
Yeah, that depends on if the globe's true or not, or
Right.
if they're not lying about space or not.
And if it's true, then we did it for nothing. Oh, what a joke.
What I'm saying is, even in the next 50 years, as they stretch and they go further up, they come with more and more claims. More and more personal people come with pics from space.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The argument will still be there. It will just be on another stage of nuance.
Yeah. Then it's going to shift to, is it heliocentric or is it, geocentric?
Yeah, good, yeah. Some people already go straight to that. So. Mel just said, physics says Jesse Kozlowski is wrong. Water is unable to do what this claim says. Completely impossible, he said. Physics says water cannot conform.
Well, physics says that it can, but observation would say that it can't. There's where we're stuck.
Mel's just saying funny stuff. I'm streaming it with the volume down quite low. Wait. Patrick Anakin, his name now says I am Larry Patrick. I wonder whether someone's doxed his first name now as well, and he's admitting that.
No idea. Yeah, see, I am Larry Patrick. He's loud. That's who he is. Where's Merle?
Oh, well, the other day he said I left Jam, so I'm going to leave Geo's. Like I've had enough. I said just leave Jam. And he said I've already left. And now he's in there again. I said, why are you in Gems? We're supposed to be like having a chat because it's the weekend or something. And he just said I'm bored. He's not answering the messages. He's just trolling them.
So what's his new name? Is it Aquaplaner? Is that?
You can't demonstrate it, Gary.
Paul Voigt. Jesus.
So nerdy, aren't they? So line is a horizontal plane in nature.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like I'm listening to, he's never gonna win. I don't know what he gets out of it. Don, you talk to him like outside of this,
Yeah,
right? Like what is he struggling with?
I don't know. That's why it's frustrating and why I'm watching now, I guess. Because I don't know. I mean, he was brought up on Dell. Dell's thing is the water is the tool.
Hey, what am I watching in the stream here? What's going on?
Mel claiming water can't curve in gems to like 5 people.
He's doing what to curved?
He's claiming water can't curve
Oh,
to 5 globals.
okay. So just the regular.
Line by curved is quite good. When does a circle begin to curve? Oh, Pete's coming.
Hey, do you guys miss Dodo at all?
Yeah, I like Dodo. I mean, I think he needs to be like reined in sometimes because he could go on for a while. But I like his points of view.
No.
I think the whole water thing is a non-starter because it goes out too far to see it curve. The horizon goes back and forth, and they have an answer for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever. I don't think I've ever gone down the road with anybody about water. It's never been my argument. But I will say that water is level. But I just kind of leave it there.
It's the same argument. The argument annoyed me a little bit. Mel doing it is why I was listening because it's annoying. He actually words it a bit better. I would probably use Soundly's composite image to show Mel the humped water. 'Cause I think that's the only way you can really see it. by looking down something straight from the right angle. Streaming this, I'll put the link in the chat. So this is supposed to be Zeitgeist. It's a new film using the names like about social economics.
It is pretty interesting. Time to have a cigarette.
I'm just back from shopping.
Well, you know what I hate is when you go into a room for some reason, and then when you get there, you forget why you got in there.
Yeah, that's happened to me before.
Pisses me off.
Sometimes at night when I'm stoned, I go into a room and I forget why I went in, but I find some other reason why I'm there, and do
Yeah.
that, and then I'll get back and think, oh yeah, you remembered this, but you forgot the original. Yeah.
Now, what is the reason for that? Why does God let us do that? Why can't He just keep that thing in our head? What the fuck? He's just fucking with us, man.
Yeah, it's a bit fragile, our memories, aren't they?
Yeah, just little reminders.
Really fallible as well. Have you seen them? Those documentaries about crime cases where everyone remembers it wrong.
No, I haven't seen that.
We do remember bits, but then we have to basically make up all of the extra details, which then changes the truth of what happened into just our fictional memory version.
Yeah, so they just fill in the gaps, right? I've heard people do that with their memories. They fill in the gaps. And even things like biting our tongue. Seinfeld has a joke where, like, all this practice that we've done eating, every once in a while we still bite our own tongue.
Miles telling me his server muted. It doesn't look
Really?
server. It doesn't look server muted. I don't know.
No, he's not muted.
Oh, he must not have roles because he left and joined again.
Oh, I can't give him those. I'm only a server mute mod. I'm not a role giving mod.
He has to go through the welcome process. Just click on the agreements and shit.
Yeah. I think he's forgot like demo.
Why does he keep leaving? Merle, why do you keep leaving? Stop being a faggot.
I used to leave a lot of servers because I hated them, but this one seems very low on toxicity. I only ever get held up by a few silly people in the text chat for a very short time. So on average, I feel a lot better.
I think because this server doesn't revolve around triggering people. It revolves
You know what's
around.
funny? I got banned from 24/7 a long time ago, or you know what? No. They took my mod away. What they said that I trigger people. That's what it was. I trigger people. Here I am on a server with the least triggering.
Well, the thing about 24/7 is they triggered Globers. Gyms, they trigger flat earthers. They exist to do that. But here, I don't think so. I don't really get that vibe either.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the only people I triggered was standing up for people and upsetting the mods who were trying to take advantage of and like fuck with people. So I would, you know, raise issue with the, hey man, this guy's causing problems, but it would be a mod. You know?
You can't avoid it completely. And everyone likes a different flavor and a different style of Discord. I'm just saying, I've found this one okay, so I haven't left. That's my point.
Yeah. You back, Don? I mean, Merle? Your shit work?
You have to leave the VC mode, agree to the thing in that room, and then come back in. So that documentary, this new Zeitgeist moving forward, I think it's new. It's new compared to the original Zeitgeist. This moving forward film, it's got some scary implications, basically. There's lots of science, if you believe in it, that it's been done. That if you do tiny tweaks to someone's environment, you can affect their children's susceptibility to all types of phenomena in nature.
Jerry, I think you can check him in. My bad, dude. Go to the check-in text and do exclamation voice verify in one word, and then his name.
So, exclamation voice verify all one word.
All for one for all. Yeah.
Voice verified space Merlin.
Space, yeah. Then you have to use the @ and tag him. Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
I don't know if that worked.
Well, you'll get a message and then, well, why wouldn't it work?
I don't know, maybe I didn't type something right. I put exclamation voice verified space @ Merlin Beauregard.
Yeah, it should work. And then it should give him the voice verified role, the green role. You have to do it in that one chat room, though, I think.
Voice check-in, right?
Yeah, the voice check-in text. And then when you do it, I think it disappears. Like it prints it out in the screen in the chat, and then it goes away. For some reason. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see the roll on him, so I guess maybe you did something different.
All right. Try this. Okay, yeah. There we go.
Bingo. All right, Merle, you might have to come back in. Let me see if the roll's on. Yeah, you got it, dude.
Oh,
Great. Now we can hear this Merle asshole and all his bullshit.
Hello?
enter
Hello?
stage left.
Enter stage left.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm in two places at the same time.
You should go into porn.
You in two servers on two accounts?
I'm on I'm in Gems on my MacBook and I'm in here on my mobile.
Yeah,
That's
you can
always
do that.
exciting. I've done it on two monitors in two servers. And my eyes are scanning left and right and hoping I don't type the wrong thing in the wrong one.
Two chicks at the same time, man.
Yeah, I get frustrated sometimes because I feel like I am having an Earth awakening, and sometimes there's just too many people in here, and they want to talk about certain things, and I don't always, I don't know. I'm not trying to be difficult. Just my mind is a bit fucked at the moment. This
Dude,
year,
you're
especially.
fucking where you're at is a bit fucked. I don't know, man. If I were in Australia, I'd start swimming.
It's just it kind of. You got to adapt to the situation itself, but when you're actually in it, like literally today, I went to this place that I used to go to, like this old Italian cafe, and they have like watermelon, like Slurpee, like a Grenada. It's ice and watermelon juice, really nice, refreshing, and like you could get like a lasagna and just like sit at the sort of eat it in there, and I just couldn't. They couldn't serve me today.
Oh wait, it's illegal
to
to serve you if you don't
Yeah,
have
it
a
was
card.
like that kind of thing.
What do you mean they can't? Why can't they serve you?
Like they could serve me, like I got takeaway lasagna, but like I couldn't eat it there.
Oh,
you should honestly takeaway should get a discount or something.
Yeah, it's just not the same as well. Like that's part of the experience.
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, some experiences have been slowed down or shut down.
Yeah, it's a little thing. It's like first world problems in a way, but
I was going to say something like that.
I appreciate
just
it now.
lasagna.
Just being able to go out and have someone make me food and sit there and pay for it and eat it.
Isn't there any restaurants open? You couldn't find one that was.
Yeah, no, I can. There's plenty of places I can eat, but it was just one of those things. Like, I'm out. There's a huge protest. Anyway, like I think there's either 300,000 or 500,000 people. The biggest, even bigger than the Vietnam
Yeah.
war.
What did it feel like at the end? Did you feel like you'd spoken the
to
message?
be honest, I didn't realize that many people were there. Like I didn't see that full gathering.
Did it feel like the government were going to notice?
Oh yeah, that's a huge turnout.
How many people?
Nearly 500,000.
And
like
you still can't
more
get
than
food.
10, right? Well, it's just the start. Like that was a freedom march, and it was peaceful. Nothing bad happened.
That's great that it's peaceful. Yeah. Like that many people. If that happened in America, shit, it would get crazy so fast. Just because people are stupid. Especially here. Yeah, we got a bunch of idiots here. Like you get that many people together, probably start a new country.
Well, that's the Melbourne I know. Like, I don't know. That's kind of why I've got faith that everything will work out somehow.
I don't know.
It's like you make a little bit of a sacrifice, but on the other side, I guess the people on the other side of they feel they've made a sacrifice by going along with what you're expected to do. So it's a sacrifice on both sides.
I kind
I
of
just
want to
think we've got
ask
to.
where you're at in your Earth awakening. Is it different? What's happened?
Well, I feel what we're really part of now, all these years on, goes well and extends beyond flat Earth and globe Earth. It's like they're like shackles in a way to contain you again in certain ways of thinking.
Yeah.
And I just think what is really going on is way more mysterious and supernatural, but that's outside of science. And it's hard to quantify that stuff, and I haven't always believed in things like that, but now, like, definitely. I'm not afraid of it. I'm more curious and I'd like to learn, not to manipulate anything. I just feel a lot of the things on offer, like jobs and women and getting married and having a family and a kid and a dog and trying to impress people just the whole thing at the moment to me is it's kind of falling away, and I'm really kind of looking for even these fucking Muslim guys like rocked on my door this afternoon, and it's like I don't think I'm looking for God, but God keeps sort of trying to it's not like, how can I say it?
Wait, are you religious or like God?
Well, no.
Anything?
I was born into a cult, but I didn't know that when I was a little kid.
Well,
So I guess in a lot of ways that probably has shaped my framework, because my normal wasn't everybody's normal.
So, can you sum it up in one language, in one sentence?
What
Where
the cult?
where you're at? Where
I'm at now. Not really. Not in a sentence.
God's poking at the door. Supernatural is real, and real normal life is falling away.
Yeah, like it just doesn't. Like when you say if you weren't here, I know that's a funny thing to say, but like you're just observing all this life happening around you, like people and what we do, and
yeah, if you just observe and it's not personal, like detached.
It's not. And it's like what's actually happening. People going here and there, right? Everybody's doing something, and I've just started to reassess that, because I know I'm not going to be here forever, so I'd rather know that I feel it's important to start listening to yourself, because it's like the world's expecting or telling you to be a certain way, and then showing you all these different ways to be.
Have you got the beginnings of a revelation yet, or is this just nihilism?
Yeah, no, I do, because I think that's part of the reason why that's what I was going to say to you about, like, rock vibrations. And I don't always believe in this stuff, but when I told her that I was 45, she said, "Oh, that's the end of a cycle, because it's the 4 and the 5 is 9. So when I'm 46, the 4 and the 6, it's going to be 10. So it's like this. It's like the beginning of a new cycle. And this year has been all about that, like, not so much death, but a lot of loss and things not working out and things not going my way. And I can just feel my disillusionment with this whole paradigm, and what I'm like, my soul's longing for, the basic things like connection, purpose, meaning, that's where it's leading to, something deeper than just the materialistic, superficial way of life. Yeah.
You bored dress. I wonder what that means.
There's some truth to the 4 and the 5, but if I was going to simplify it, I think 45 is kind of halfway through your life. So it's midlife crisis sort of time, and the beginning of the second half almost.
Yeah. And I think the whole year I've sort of been fighting it rather than just accepting that I'm getting a kick in the ass. But it's upheaval, but although it's been difficult to go through, I was thinking today, I think in the future I'll be grateful for this time because I've learnt so much. Sometimes when things are hard, that's when you learn the most. But when things are great and everything's going your way, you're not always learning those kind of deep lessons.
Yeah, like the opposite of commies. Yeah.
I had a vegan try to convert me today. This hot she looked kind of Swedish or German. But yeah, she tried. She gave me like this card, and she at the end she goes, "Oh, what side of history are you going to be on?" I was just like, "Whoa."
You should have said, "Well, how do I get my full fulfillment?"
What was the card for? The card for? The card.
It's called cubeoftruth.com. Must see is the best speech you will ever hear. What the health? Cowspiracy.
So vegan. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of people, this has been occulted from many people, that the pure, unadulterated 24/7 sacrifice of cows. Most people don't know it, really, or they just ignore it.
Yeah. Well, what stopped me was 2 dudes standing back to back with those anonymous masks on, holding TV sets with the videos of cows and animals being slaughtered.
Wow.
Yeah. And I just stopped and sort of was sussing it out, and then she approached me.
We bought steak just now in Lidl's. I'm going to eat it tonight.
Yeah, it's always
Sonya
weird.
sounds good.
It probably is hypocritical. Like, that's basically what I said to her today. Like, I've got a hypocritical stance when it comes to this, but yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be sacrificed, but you will eat an animal again in your life at some point.
Well, I just bought some milk and I just had some cereal for the last 2 days. Oh man, I feel so good. Can't even. I don't know. I stopped having like milk and stuff like dairy for a few months, and then thought I would have some, and boom, feel great.
It's rebalanced you.
I don't know why nature wouldn't have made our diet a bit more simple, like less choice. Like, you could just live on grapes or something. But you've got all this
you can.
variety, you know?
Yeah, the consumerism, you have got choice.
So many things you can eat when you really think about it.
Yeah, our bodies are insane. Like we can eat pretty much anything. We can even train our bodies to eat pretty much anything. Like people, they tell us that we can't eat grains, we can't eat like animals do. It would take us too long, blah, blah, blah. But what they don't understand is that if we eat those diets long enough, your body also adjusts just like those animals do.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of creating that gut flora and then continuing the process.
There is some women in Africa that eat clay and they don't die. It tricks their belly into thinking they're full. And they buy it, and the texture of it gets addictive to them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
They
there's
just
kids that
repeat
eat
it.
they eat mud like not shit, but they
Mm.
actually eat dirt
Yeah.
pies, mud pies.
I didn't do it, but I went through a phase of that and I'd think about different things I could make out of dirt, but I always knew that it would taste like dirt. You know, like you could make like a hamburger that looked like a hamburger out of dirt. We got sent home one day, like it rained, and we were all on the oval, and a massive mud pile formed. We were just all jumping in the mud, and then when we got back to class, we were just mud. We had to go home.
Hey, good morning, Reckonor.
He saw in Gems last night, like it got curved, was really triggered.
Oh yeah.
He was looking out for me.
I heard you were you going off about level water, or what was the discussion? Or is that this morning?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, well, morning for me anyway. Sorry.
Talking about you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I for a while in there, they've just never been able to demonstrate, like, you know, like a curved, like a big body of water that's curving, and you know, you could have a boat sailing over it, and
Right.
it's just never it just never becomes practical for me. I mean, and I can believe in the globe too, like, believe it or not, like I can. It's that's not hard for me to do at all. But I just don't. Oh, there's just a part of me that it just irks me, and from what I've seen, not so much from you, Dawn, but from what I've seen of them, their behaviour, something to me just tells me that these people aren't as smart as they think they are.
Yeah.
They're quite
They
obvious,
talk
actually.
a big game, but then you start to one-on-one with one of them, and it's very clear how limited their imagination is.
Yeah, they've kind of like honed a particular argument or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind
But
you
it's
adding me into that. I don't mind.
But I think there's a lot more. Like, it's not like I'm trying to get to know them or befriend them. But even Snack to the Future said that to me back in the day. Like, when you see it as us and them, that's when it can become like a cult. And I've always, whatever you believe, basically, you know, even goes beyond globe or flat. That's fine. You know, that shouldn't get really ultimately, unless you were into something really dark and heavy, or just really manipulative and an awful person. If you're coming clean and with respect, there's no reason for me, you know, as a person, to not give you a chance. And if you've never fucked with me either, there's nothing. There'd be no animosity coming from me at all.
Do you understand that even if Globers can't practically demonstrate a curved hump of water with a boat going over for you, it might still be a globe? Do you get that? Sometimes you can't demonstrate an obvious thing.
Yeah, I mean,
nature.
it might be, but I just can't reason it anymore. There's too many things I can find about it, they're not logically flawed, or they're not mathematically flawed. They work as concepts, and there's evidence and proof and all that stuff. There's a lot to support the globe. I'm not going to lie.
Stand up for the globe, I would say you can't demonstrate a large body of water being totally flat.
Well, I can demonstrate it on a scale large enough that's got my interest. And my question is, like, when does it change? And then I'd like to...
That's Curved's chance to say his cool line. When does a circle start curving? I heard him say that, and I liked it because you know what I mean. If you zoom right into one point, a fish tank size of an Earth-sized circle, that's going to look flat to you because you're just a little human next to the fish tank bit. But it is still part of a giant circle.
I just don't say, like, even in the fish tank, just say, like, humped a little bit in the middle and just dip down at the edges on both sides, like just actually like a little curve, you know. You
That's what they argue that would happen on a 100-meter fish tank. That's what they were arguing. It's pretty hard to show, but that's the argument, that it would. So somewhere between fish tank and 100 meters. Because it depends how detailed you want to get.
Right. Well, it's because I think it's a great experiment. Like, you start at the drop, and you know, you could get to it like a shot glass.
Which bit of the drop?
Well, just a drop, one water droplet itself. Like, that's the beginning. And you look at its behavior, and then there'll be a point like you'll add another one, and there's a point where it just collapses. And it, once it's got to that point, it won't become like the drop again.
That seems totally different to observing a flat body of water on the surface. That seems like a different experiment.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, my argument is once that molecule collapses, it can never, if you will, re-inflate.
I've never heard anyone describe water as inflating before.
Yeah, because it kind of, if you look at it like even like a puddle, like it just seems to collapse.
That's gravity, right? That's proof of gravity.
Well, this is the thing. So it's almost like something is almost like, they say you can't compress water, but I mean, I didn't come up with this, but the difficult thing for me is that the ocean has to conform like around whatever is underneath it, and you know, we've been shown it's a sphere. Like, that's just incredible now. When you really, I used to just take that for granted, but when you really think about that it's suspended there in space as a sphere, that's amazing. And that's how my brain just is fucked over this, because I've got to the level like where if I can see like a water line, it never changes. Like, in any time I've seen it, a water line, like it's always the same. So I just don't know how that thing could change.
What is a water line?
A water line's like, say, when you've like in a pool, or when you're filling up, like, say, like a bathtub.
You mean the surface of the water?
The surface of the water, like, you'll see a line at the side of your bath, and just the line will rise.
Right.
Like, it's the whole, but you can see it. It's an actual line. They call it the water line.
Okay.
And it's always like a horizontal line.
I think it might
Like you
appear.
can,
I think it might appear horizontal because you're so close to it. So your horizon is a circle, a flat circle.
Yeah.
I reckon if I had the money, I could build, like, have the best architects, the best of the best, build a structure that's square and level and even, and you could fill it with water halfway, and you could just that hot. And if it was at rest, you could see, and if it was glass too, so you could see through it, you could measure that all the way along because it's physical, it's liquid. You could measure it.
You know what? I don't even know what water lines look like. If you put a totally straight wall along the curved bit of the surface of a lake or an ocean, I don't even know what the water line looks like.
We'll say again, like just a fish tank, right? Just filled halfway, you'll just see like a line.
Let me imagine. It's something in the middle of the fish tank.
Let me show you.
And the edge, the water line is still horizontal. The hump's in the middle. So, yeah. I'm not even sure. When I set up my laser deviation experience with the 3 mile dark indoor canal, I'm not even sure if we should see the waterline curve on the edge of the canal or not. I can't tell. It's so nuanced and weird to think about.
Where is the fucking just a simple
I think my point that I do believe, Mal, is you can't always tell the hump by looking at the water line at the edge of its container. Sometimes the hump's in the middle, and you're going to have to measure it in other ways or look at it in other ways. Yes, because what you're trying to do with this thought experiment is you're trying to do a cross section on a sphere. So you're trying to turn a 3D natural object into a 2D diagram in your head. And that's why it's confusing to imagine the waterline. Which also confuses me and my laser deviation experience plans, because I don't know what I should expect. Reckoner's saying there's no hump. Imagine a huge fish tank, Reckoner. 100 meters square on a globe. No hump. No double drop, middle hump. Infinite drop, middle hump. I would also add, Mark, doing hypothetical thought experiments of water experiments that will never be done isn't the best way to figure out what Earth is. I would say that.
I think you've got to start somewhere, and to me, where can I put it? Fuck. Hang on. So I've got a couple near me. Like I've got a couple of Olympic swimming pools just near where I live. So yeah.
Okay, Reckoner, why isn't the curve of the Earth showing in our fish tank, our giant fish tank. Oh, yeah, one of those. No evidence of curve, but not a flat earth. Get it. What about Soundly? You're not into the Soundly curves?
All right. If the Earth were flat, how would you prove it's a globe?
Mm. What? Scientific. You can't hack the scientific method.
Oh man.
Just because there's scientific method doesn't mean you can be wrong or not lie. You can fit to every stage of the scientific method and still make something up and be wrong. And to colloquially prove that Earth's a globe, you just decide in your head that it's a globe. Believing something is proof of it.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. It's perfect. Oh no. I'll send it to you, Dawn.
You've lost all of your powers by leaving.
You know what all this has done, man? It's actually broken that believe part of my brain. Like I have so many trust issues now.
Yeah.
That's kind of fucked up, man. That's a big source of cortisol production. That like you will die early just from knowledge.
There is an argument, Riggs. It's easier just to trust and carry on with whatever's provided. So you give yourself a certain extra level of consciousness, which is a double-edged sword when you start to become a real skeptic. Robert Anton Wilson, the Discordian guy, which I always like to mention on Discord, calls it chapel perilous. Once your trust has been broken, whether it's Santa Claus or 9/11 or the pandemic or flat Earth, whatever happened, from then on you are just floating around in chapel perilous, not sure what's what to believe.
Where am I?
This seems a bit true, but I just don't know anymore. That sort of thing. So, Mel, I'm starting to now think the hump would be in the middle of that pool and not change the water line at the edge.
Well, it's kind of easier sometimes if it was 3/4 full or even halfway, because I've seen I dug right into this, like like when they're testing boats, like to see how they're going to perform at sea, they have like a lot of remote controlled sort of, they simulate like the rough seas basically with model boats.
Yeah.
But you can see in some of these tanks, they've got like measuring like meters at, you can just see, it's so simple, it annoys me because we're always being shown like a curve, but in reality there is a water line and it doesn't deviate at all.
What if I told you we could get a 3-meter stick and put it on all edges and all corners of that pool, and we'd have 3 millimeters of the stick above the water surface.
Yeah.
But then we went right to the middle and we did it. And there was no stick above the water surface. It was for 3 millimeters managed to hump up in the middle of this huge pool.
But what
that
if
doesn't affect the water line at all? The water line still looks flat all the way around.
But that would majorly depend on if you put it in the middle. That would be the most interesting thing. Like, because in the middle, you put something 3 millimeters out.
My point would be, even if that's there and the hump does poke up 3 mil above that middle stick, you will be at the edge looking at the water line saying, look, it's flat. Earth's flat. And you won't notice there's a hump.
Yeah. It's a hard thing to detect. It's not until you actually try to, because most people just take it for granted that that's what it is doing.
Yeah, I take that for granted.
You know, I never really thought about it. It's just
obstruction at the beach is enough for me to take it for granted. But all water surfaces try and hump with the force of gravity, the shape of Earth.
Yeah.
So, Reconor, what do you think? Is that the Earth is like just way, way bigger, like 100 times bigger or something?
I think it's on the fence. Hard on the fence.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand like,
and everything.
Well, okay, here's where I'm at. So, like, from what I can tell, the surface is like level, but sky is doing some weird shit, and it could be a lot bigger and just slightly different shape. I don't know, like what if we're like on the inside of a sphere? You know, I mean, that could be a thing. It would be like a cell. You know, it would just have to be really fucking big. It would also have I don't know. I think that's the most compelling is the inside a sphere like that is really big, or the flat Earth is probably most likely what we experience everywhere. But then the sky is doing weird shit, so it's hard to. It's hard for a lot of people to figure out, like mentally.
If I ignore the southern sky, my belief in the axis of rotation, I can imagine a bigger, unknown shape for Earth.
But also, I don't think the sky is. I don't really think the sky is required to denote the surface as a level plane. So I think it's safe to say it's not really a ball at the very least.
It's a choice to use the sky, isn't it? Part of the evidence for what you live on.
Yeah. That's what I said to them last night. That the sky really has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And I said you guys are guilty of veering away to the sky for years. It's not really where the question is. They're two separate systems.
That is a bit true. I disagree that it's completely different and doesn't imply a shape. But I would agree that they definitely do use it to get away from some of the points.
I have to remind people all the time it's flat Earth, not flat sky. So
And flat Earth is confusing as well because
yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
Well, we didn't pick it, did we?
None of us came up with that. Like early on, there weren't a lot of those memes. There were a couple. Like you'd see the solar system, and then there'd be like a frisbee or like a flat Earth in space. But it wasn't really developed, that meme yet.
I think that was the reactionary meme.
You know what I mean, though? Like
That's Glober's first reaction. What? A flat Earth in space? Ha ha ha.
Hey, Jerry, are you around? Captain Caveman wanted to get checked in. If you could.
Yeah, I could take care of it.
Maybe I could argue that water, the behavior of water, has nothing to do with flat Earth, so you shouldn't use it as evidence.
but that's what it's a big part of what the Earth's made of.
I mean, I don't know how you'd prove that Earth's made of water. It just seems to have water on the surface. I know. Water
it's not just on its surface, though.
Well, how much do you know about the inside of Earth?
How much do you know about the inside of Earth?
Not much. I'm just saying we don't. So saying Earth's made of water is quite a big claim.
Well, not made of water, but it's one of the substances that the Earth's made of.
It exists on Earth.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jerry.
Because even like the stars and the planets and all that, you know, like I can't touch any of that. I can look at it, but you know, water and dirt and rock, all that stuff. Like,
but you can't touch the hump of the ocean, really, either, can you? It's just as intangible as the moon in some ways.
well, I've just never seen a large body of water curve, and I don't know what the force would be to even like be able to do that in the first place.
Neither
That's
have I.
honestly where I've arrived.
Neither
I just
have I.
don't know.
But I believe it can.
No, I don't believe I don't believe that force exists. I just reckon it's not happening. That's my honest conclusion. It's just not happening. People are just assuming it is. And then the thing that's confusing them is the optical stuff, how we perceive it. Because even right now, like I've got some cranberry juice in a glass, right?
Yeah.
Like even in a glass, it's the same as it is in the pool.
But Mo, that's the same on a globe. I've got coffee here. It looks flat on the surface. Doesn't change what Earth is.
So how does it like go from that?
Do you really imagine
into a big water sphere?
Do you really imagine the size of Earth that there would be a tiny hump inside a glass?
No. Be honest with yourself. How does liquid go from being in that state in a container in our cup to being suspended in space and a huge sphere orbiting and rotating?
You get a ball made of dirt, put loads of water on it, and put an attractive force in the center of the ball. There you go.
Magic.
No, that actually works.
Seriously.
That would work.
Oh, that's magic, mate.
Water on a ball of dirt with an attractive force in the center of the ball. Right, Reckoner's got an experiment. He says if you make a scale model float the camera slowly up, it will become obvious that we're on a sphere at a certain height as we go up. I do agree. And maybe we haven't got that. What we do have of that is biased balloon flights from both sides of the argument, using different weird cameras with nuance. Yeah, I reckon it's saying it all looks flat as you go really, really high. Maybe it does still look flat because even at that height, you're still looking at a circle, horizontal circle.
Yeah.
I guess Reckon's point is even in the most logical, normal way, look at the horizon and then go up, straight up, keep looking at it. Even that has been hard to be shown conclusively.
And I mean, we haven't really seen much beyond balloon footage anyway. 100, 100,000 feet, 120.
I think I'm going to agree, Mark, with the water hump. The point in which it starts curving is immediately, even in a glass. But the point in which you can measure it has to be quite big. So if you're a full nerd with loads of thousands of pounds of tools, maybe you could measure a humped curve at 100 meters. But I think you'd probably need even larger.
And how is it doing it? Like, how does the gravity?
Gravity.
How does the gravity curve the water, the surface?
Gravity is pulling everything to the center of Earth. Yeah. And Earth is a rough geoid sphere.
So why
the water? You believe that water just conforms and flops down.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's because of gravity. So that flopping down motion flops down all around the sphere. It flops down into the same shape as the thing it's on, which is a rough geoid.
Why aren't the trees bending?
They do. Trees bend.
Not like into a sphere.
Never seen a big heavy tree bend towards the ground.
It only wants to affect the water. It doesn't want to affect.
Have you ever seen a big, huge, heavy tree get cut down? It sure does flatten, fall to the surface then, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So trees that are not connected at their base find their level. Just like water. How does it do it? It's pulling water in all directions to the center, which creates a sphere. Because if it's an equal pull to a central point, creates a sphere. And the water is happy to do that. Because water doesn't really have its own shaping power.
Well, that's the thing, too, because, like with a water drop and the surface tension, like the air, that's what's actually helping make that spherical shape, like the air. But when there's too much water, like it collapses. So it's funny because all that water, even though we've got an atmosphere, all that water, like, there's no air. Like there's no surface tension in space. Like there's nothing in space. They say, really.
No, it's just a gap between objects.
I mean, this gravity thing. I mean, it's gonna that would be the thing, Dawn. Really, that if I could really get on board with gravity being able to do things like that,
yeah,
I
It all comes together. Even if you believed that something was pulling stuff down to the ground all the time, you then have to stretch and believe it's pulling to a center. So the gravity doesn't make the globe doesn't make gravity. You have to believe in all of it as different things.
I mean, I can believe in it. Trust me.
I don't know the mechanics of how gravity pulls things to a point in the center, but I do know that water will be pulled if gravity exists. Water will be pulled into the shape of a point, which is a sphere. And thank God. Thank God we don't live on dry rock.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that doesn't get said enough. Really, that the Earth.
Thank God.
Thank God for.
Just
gravity.
thank God.
Thank
you don't
God
have
for
to add
gravity.
anything else. Thank God for gravity.
Yeah.
Oh man, we've been infiltrated.
Thank God for the natural phenomenon that holds water to Earth so beautifully. That's what I mean.
It doesn't hold it to Earth. It just sorts itself out.
It appears to pull rain,
No,
water
there's
down
no
from the
pulling.
clouds, and then hold it.
Oh my gosh.
Planet.
No pulling.
It appears to be pulled just like a microphone is pulled to the ground.
Oh, like a microphone. Bro, we've been infiltrated, man. I'm telling you. Are you here just to confuse everybody? What's going on?
I'm just spitballing because Mel is struggling to understand my religion.
No, trust me, I understand it, and I spent a large portion of my life infused in it. It's been hard challenging it and then denouncing it and renouncing it and then coming out and telling my friends and family about it. I mean, that's like coming out of the closet in a weird way.
So
and
if you understand it, I should be asking you, at what point would it become curved from a glass? You shouldn't have to ask the question if you understand it already.
Well, that's partly why I asked the question. Because I used to just
see if I understand it differently.
Think like it's pushing. It's like almost like dough. How you can when you're making it, like when it's just the flour, but you start stirring it in the butter, you make a ball. You kind of knead it, and that's almost like how I imagine gravity doing it. It was like sort of just kneading it from every vector, like almost holding it on invisibly. But because I can't see a force, and just because I can't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. But because I can't,
you feel it at the end of the day when you get knackered. You'd have to lie down instead of standing up. You couldn't stand up all night every night, could you? You'd get well tired. You have to become flat and let gravity pull on all the parts of your body equally instead of top down. But for like 10 hours, every 24 hours, you have to do this. That's how I feel gravity.
They do say that, eh? You got to take a load off.
Become hunchback. Just stand forever.
Security guard.
Other things are good. When you drink water, feel the water finding its level down through your throat, right? It doesn't just stop in your mouth. falls down your throat. When you lose your footing, you accelerate into the floor, and sometimes you hurt your face, you hurt your hand, hurt your leg. One minute you're standing and you're fine, the next minute some phenomenon or force has accelerated you into the ground just because you lost your footing.
What if it's, see it from this, like, what if it's funny for the people behind the curtain to tell us that it's something that it isn't, like a trick?
Yeah, it could be.
You
I know
what
they
mean?
do that. They do
You
do
know what
that.
they're like. You know what
Yeah.
they're like. And that to me is the genius of it. Like, that's the genius aspect for me. Because if it is what they say it is, but, you know, I don't trust them at this stage.
I was just talking to the point that you can feel it, even if what
Mhm.
they say about it is wrong. You can feel it, so that helps you to believe it. Believe there is a thing.
Well, why do you think they'd tell us the truth?
You see, I don't think they have told us what gravity is. I think people have slowly learned it, and then they have repeated it as part of general understanding.
Well, you know how your compass, it orients to a magnetic field? Well, I just think all matter orients with a different type of field. I don't think it's gravity though. Gravity only it explains one direction. It's a one directional field, and they used that particularly to explain the formation of planets, to correlate to correlate the ground with like these dots of light in the sky. So it's pretty obvious they had to make a bunch of logical jumps to get there, and that was just the mechanism they used.
Yeah, sure.
But like gravity itself, like the real shit, it's a field that things align with, just like a compass aligns with a magnetic field. So it's an up and down sorting. It's not just a down anything.
Yeah.
And that's like what fucks people up, is that like you can have an ocean next to a butterfly, you know, and it just kind of doesn't really make sense. Because if it were really attracting everything, then there wouldn't be this buoyant property. There would just be a bunch of things sticking to a ball, you know. And not only that, but we'd probably lose our moon, like, because like whenever we're facing the sun, why don't we just get sucked up towards the sun? Like, there'd be all kinds of weird stuff. Like the attraction thing that they're talking about, it's like they're just kind of explaining a way to make a ball. So that means that I don't trust the ball, I don't trust the explanation, and everything that comes from all that.
Yeah, I get it. I'd agree that they are just doing their best to explain away a complicated phenomenon that they're not fully sure about.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you keep believing stuff that you kind of don't agree with, and you understand why you shouldn't, but then
there's a nuance to it, you see.
There is no nuance to it, though.
I believe what you said about the field and the up and down nuance and gravity and butterflies and oceans being weird, but I still believe gravity pulls to a center, and butterflies have wings and oceans don't. I still understand it, and that's enough to believe it.
Okay. Well, the clouds have wings.
No, but wings
No.
or being full of something. Well, I don't know. I can't even remember off the top of my head why clouds float, but there's some type of reason, right?
You can't remember why clouds float. Come on, man.
It's a vague base misunderstanding of gravity to say everything should be stuck to Earth's surface.
I don't think so. I think everything should be stuck to the surface. If the attraction was as great as they say, and if it was observable and consistent with everything else in reality, then it should be scalable. And with the types of attraction they're claiming in space, everything should be stuck to this motherfucker. It ain't. It can't just be nuanced in that, like, well, you only get that kind of attraction at the center. No, nothing works like that. That's not how anything works. That would be the only thing that works like that. And it would be the opposite, because the same way that you're at the bottom of the ocean and you have more pressure on your eardrums because there's more water above you, that's real. That is a real consequence that is scalable and understandable and experiential. This attraction towards the center, nobody experiences that.
I do.
No, you don't. And you can't even demonstrate it by any means.
I feel attraction to the center of Earth. I'm not lying. To the center of Earth is a belief bit, but that's me explaining where
The attraction is the belief bit.
No, it's not. I feel pulled to Earth.
Well, lose some weight.
Yeah, you get it then.
I don't.
You get that we're heavy and we're pulled to Earth.
Oh.
Even if I'm thin and I lose 2 pounds,
Go jump in some water and tell me how much you're getting pulled on.
You stand upright for 72 hours.
Go jump in some water.
Tell me how you feel.
And see how relaxing it's on your muscles.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's because you're not being pulled in.
Exactly.
You're being floated. You're overcoming the supposed attraction of 4,000 miles of dense earth. And it's bullshit.
Exactly. It's very relaxing.
Exactly. It's bullshit.
Lying on the water relieves the stress of the pull of gravity. That's why we enjoy it. Oh my god, I just opened an article that explains why clouds float. And I don't care anymore. I can't be bothered to read it. I just don't care. It was too nerdy.
Well, that makes sense, man. That you've just you've given up your mind to a belief, but you just need to be honest about it.
Yeah, I do that. I give up my mind to beliefs. Then I can get on and think about other important things.
Well, then don't defend it. Just say you believe and let go.
No, I have to explain the belief, the understanding of the belief. People are misunderstanding it. No, I don't have to. Sometimes I want to. What do you want to talk about, Reckoner? Other than Lego men struggling to live on the side of a model globe. Of course, if it's a model man or a model globe and you're looking at it as a human on Earth, they're on the side. But that isn't the globe model, is it? No one on the actual globe is living on the side. Everyone's on the top. Another silly misunderstanding I have to correct. get triggered by my simplicity.
Well, how about this, Don? As long as you don't tell children that it's not a belief, we're good.
I'm going to tell children that it's considered a fact, but that not all facts are definitely true. I'm going to tell them some people think Earth's flat. This is why. It is actually a very nuanced, hard thing to tell. And this is how we know that not all facts are true. Reckoner thinks a globe model, depending on which way the globe model was set up, that's the top and bottom of Earth in space. Space, Earth in space is oriented the same as a globe on Reckoner's desk. It has a top and a bottom and sides.
Hey, do you think that we've been to space?
I think we've been quite high, looked back, but I don't think we've travelled to other really far in outer space. No, we could have.
Do you think any space travel is real?
Not into outer space. No, I tend not to believe that.
Well, what do you think outer space is? Really high?
Yeah, really, really high.
And we've been there.
I don't think we've gone past the Van Allen belts, even with probes. It could be true. Voyager could be true. I just don't know. I don't tend to believe it.
Yeah.
And I definitely do think that we are LARPing and pretending to go to outer space quite often. I was only just laughing at Reckoner's misunderstanding of the difference between up, down, and sides on a desk globe to the actual heliocentric model being on the top of the globe, whatever point you are on. Walking like a spider on the edge of that globe. Because when spiders go on walls, the gravity shifts to pull them into the wall. Spiders have really light bodies and sticky legs, I reckon. That's how they stick to the side of things, the bottom of things. Totally different to gravity pulling to a center. He triggered himself. Are you still up, Mel?
I'll be here. I'll just be back in a few seconds.
I wonder why Babs doesn't think that you're a glober.
Bev,
What's up?
did you say Bev?
Babs. Moon gazing. Space
Oh,
poke.
well, I like to call myself a globe believer because I don't care what Earth is, and because I don't base my life on preaching it and stalking flat earthers. So I'm a globe believer, not a glober.
I see.
But I think probably his sentiment is that I deny too much science, so I can't be one of him, like him.
See, I don't even know what that means. Deny science. What does that mean?
I guess I deny that humans have used science to travel to outer space as a fact.
Right. But what is that? Using science. Seriously, man, I don't even get that.
I'm only trying to guess. Babs is obviously triggered listening.
I guess he would join if he were somehow convinced that we wouldn't just, gang up on him, because that was his concern a couple of weeks ago. So hopefully he joins and then he could talk about it. He wants to know, why would they fake space travel if Earth is a globe?
To pretend to be the best. Just like Admiral Byrd faked what he found when he did shipping travel. Same reason, because people love telling stories.
That's something that I needed to come to grips with, is that a lot of flat earthers say, well, Admiral Byrd said this, he said that. It's like, yeah, but he was a Freemason to whom you attribute all these lies to. So
He said mad shit. Some of it might point to truth. So obviously, he said some mad stuff. Same reason a tomb raider would exaggerate how many tombs he's raided. And if they study space and keep going out and coming back and showing us photos and saying, look, we've found cool stuff, but there's no beings, we become more and more alone in the ideologies.
Reckonar's back.
Don, I got a question for you, Don.
So go on.
Do you think stars are circles in the sky?
I think stars are faraway suns.
Do you think those are
orbs
circles?
of light. Orbs of light, spheres.
What if I were to show you cameras with different shaped apertures that affected light and formed based on the shape of the aperture?
Yeah, you can make them look circular with a circular aperture, sure, on some lights.
You could make them look like a little heart. You could make them look like a swastika, a cross. You could make them look like anything, just given the shape of the aperture.
But then I don't normally see people showing stars looking like spheres. That's just a belief of mine that they are far away suns. It makes sense that we've found this big, huge, bright phenomenon orb, and we see other twinkles, and then we've looked further and further. We see what we think is infinite blackness, what we can only imagine is infinite blackness. Well, then, just to stretch that those twinkles are far away orbs, like this one that's close, oh, that's fine for me. I believe it.
So you think when you look at the sun, to you it looks spherical. You don't think that has anything to do with the aperture of the eye being a circle?
No, I don't think the sun looks like a sphere. I only ever see the moon sometimes look like a sphere with my eyes. So I believe in some of the solar shots of the sun with its halo looking a bit like a sphere. Most of my belief is that it's a belief that the sun is a sphere. I haven't got evidence like I do with the moon through a telescope.
Do you think that these animals see the sun to be a circle?
I reckon they see a big spot of light or a cross of light, something. They see an orb.
Here's a picture of
I don't find it far out. Natural things are spheres on a certain scale.
Well, here's a picture with a star-shaped aperture. And the lights all look like little stars.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. It's cool.
But those lights, they themselves physically aren't shaped as the way they look in the picture.
Well,
They
yeah, I
aren't
know.
little shaped stars like that.
I mean, making lights look different through apertures doesn't affect my belief of stars.
Well, if you look at a star, they all look like little circles. And I'm just trying to draw the correlation between the shape of your aperture of your eye, which is a circle, with what you see at very far distances in the sky, giving you the impression of a circle.
I don't even think they look like circles. When I look at stars, they look like a cross twinkle or a pentagram twinkle, depending on how blurry my eyes are or what the atmosphere is doing. Some of them, they're just points of light, but sometimes I see a little cross, flickering, shining cross.
You see something like this, maybe. Like that, right?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
It's all optics, man. All just the illusions of light going through a pinhole. I don't even think there are really circles up there in the sky. I think it's just a coincidence that our eye has a circular aperture.
I don't know why you're stuck on circles. I didn't even say they are circles.
I've been looking at these deep space pictures, man. There's definitely some tomfoolery going on. A lot of fakery. A lot of illusions.
To avoid all the unknowing, I'm going to stick knowing, and as the new information comes out from your side, I will slowly adopt it. So I never have to jump into the void of unknowing. I'll just slowly morph from one to the other, like a frog.
You say like a frog?
Yeah.
Don't frogs prove evolution? They're like a little minnow, and then they become a big old frog.
I think they are used, didn't they? Because they evolve faster or something. I can't tell you why the sun is an orb of heat and light and why it does that. I don't know. Why we're the perfect distance from it. Or what? I mean, why we're a nice distance from it. I don't even know if it is a distance. I can't prove this sort of things. Sin, you know this argument you've just presented with the apertures. This is what who's the nerd who debunks technology and stuff on YouTube? Anyway, he tried to debunk the UFO footage with this aperture argument, and that isn't a triangular craft. It's a plane through a triangle aperture.
Oh, really? Did you try that?
Yeah.
I think I heard somebody trying to say that. Well, like, look at these. Like, when they say, "Oh, this is a galaxy far off into space," and look, you can tell it's got its spiral arms or its spiral wings. And I'm just looking at these apertures and like, I don't know. Correlation isn't necessarily causation, but I feel like there's a trick being revealed just by knowing a little bit more of what they're doing.
So they could be photographing real phenomenon through apertures and just getting a different effect.
Yeah, it's a little bit of creativity that I think they tossed into it.
Maybe.
I mean, well, they already kind of admit that. They play with the colors and stuff. But I feel like they could do that even with the shape. Like, if you had one of these, apertures that I posted on the bottom, you could kind of manipulate spirals, swirls, and everything else. And then you just play with the colors and, post-processing. I mean, technically, you're not really lying because you are just looking, like, up in the sky, so.
Yeah. This is a real image of the Milky Way.
Yeah, so they can kind of get away with telling the truth, but also embellishing the truth.
I don't even know if I believe in all the distant galaxies. I believe that we do see weird clusters of shit. And that could point to the idea that there is other systems further away or something. But because I don't have this evidence myself, I don't know. I don't think I have enough evidence to even say we're on the edge of a spiral arm of the Milky Way going around a black hole. I don't even know if I know that much.
Yeah, that whole Milky Way thing, like, I remember growing up, my dad always used to have his background desktop on his computer, the Milky Way galaxy. I was like, damn, this is like the craziest photo I've ever seen. And then I, had to grow up and later realize that, oh man, I mean, they don't really know what the Milky Way looks like.
I've seen these memes where they say, as above, so below, micro, macro, and they show a picture of brain stems looking like a galaxy, and they look really similar. But then you realize that they're both CGI, one macro and one micro. So obviously they look similar.
Well, it's kind of like that, when Donald Trump established Space Force, he said at the little ceremony when they took a picture of the flag, the Space Force flag, Trump said, people really do love their space. And it really is a great marketing scheme where, like, people love all sorts of the imagination that goes along with it. and half of that whole market is really just pushed by Disney World imagination and the wantingness to believe.
Yeah, definitely. It's very like a religion, if you know what you're looking for.
And see, like, even you just saying that might sound conspiratorial, but like, you got, I mean, Braun and Disney like hanging out. It's like, it's all very public too. It's not like they're hiding it in any way.
I mean, simply the imagination of what goes on in the void of heaven and other worlds. This is what mysticism and a religion used to give people. That's why people fall for it, because they need mysticism and imagination.
Yeah, I think it's good for the soul.
Yeah. I mean, you can argue it's harmful in one way if it's false, because they're all imagining, a fake religion. But it's harmless on a personal level just to believe Jupiter exists as a beautiful sphere. It's harmless.
Yeah, that's what remember. Like the whole outer space is fake. Like, I kind of don't really agree with that sentiment. That flat Earth, kind of pushes that narrative. That I understand a lot of it is cartoon, and a lot of it is graphic design, no doubt. But it's still there. It's still like true in like objective reality. Those are real things to some degree, So I don't know. I don't even think it would make much of a difference if the Earth was a globe, to be honest. I just don't think that you could really say that. Like, I don't know.
What's the other view if stars are not faraway suns? What are you saying? Just a blanket of wonder.
Well, like, I looked at those NASA photos of when they had that satellite fly by Jupiter, and I gotta be honest, like, if that were a spirit world, I wouldn't even know. Like, it looks like a spirit world. Or like,
Yeah.
say like the black hole or a supernova. If these things were literally gods doing what they do, I don't think we would even recognize them. It's kind of like the Neil deGrasse Tyson analogy of stepping on an anthill. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think we would even recognize these things even if we saw them. I don't think we would really know what they're doing in their operation. Their ways of the heavens are mysterious to us, and a black hole could be a god. I don't know. A supernova could be some angel doing. I don't really know. So,
Yeah. I mean, to me, it is. The sun is God, the Son of God. We live on God as part of God. We believe in God. We have to. I mean, it's like just a cycle of absurdity, but it's a way to explain things.
yeah, I kind of like the idea that, like, if Jupiter was a spirit world, us even looking at it, our brains wouldn't even be able to really understand that. Like, it's one of those hidden in plain sights. Like, say when we die and we meet God or something, and God's like, yeah, what you look that was just like hell, and you were looking at hell the whole time. It wasn't Mars. It was literally just a wasteland where people go, spirits go. Like, that's what it was. And I don't think we would really even understand that. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It would just seem like a beautiful, natural planet.
Yeah, we would have like severe cog dis. Like,
yes,
things, we'd be like, whoa, it's clearly something. And it's like, yeah. But your brain doesn't have the capacity to know what it really is.
I think they're laughing, Sin. They subconsciously get the feeling that Jupiter is a spirit world when they look at that from Voyager. Because it's swirling, they have no idea what's under the swirling, why it's swirling, what it's doing, how it affects us emotionally and physically. People have no idea. They can just imagine. So it is basically a god. I bet they get the same feelings, but they're just laughing that this is an observation of nature. not a mysterious experience.
Well, that's what I don't like about science so much, is that they completely evacuate all spiritual and true meaning. Like, why is there something called Jupiter up there doing what it's doing? Like,
yeah,
they've tried to completely demystify it with these, like, really, like, I don't know. The answers they give aren't really, like, they clearly are leaving out some very key important factors or points,
Yeah, they do.
And that's where I think it gets into, like, the who they are and why they're secrets. It's like they're leaving out the biggest point about these things. Weird.
It's oil paint in water modeled over us in a computer program.
Here's another one. NASA images, bro.
Should have stuck with the black and white flyby. So much more believable.
This is probably like, they have people in power that work in the high offices of NASA, and then they have their kid who just, like, graduated college that they got him a job at the thing. And this is his little art thing that he did. It's like, oh, that's nice. You did some cool art. We'll post this on our website. Like, have you ever looked at the JPL gallery? It's like a whole, like, there's pages and pages of just art. It's not like, it's like, what the hell is this?
See, I never like to argue that we're really good explorers, done all of this great stuff. I think we're lame. We're a lame virus, divine virus, in the body of a human hybrid. And we're struggling to work out what we even believe on a large scale as well. But I think some of us have been right about some of the things we've discovered. Nearly right.
Yeah, I don't know. Space is such a badass concept that I kind of get the urge, like, I want to believe it. You know what I mean? I think they might be right about a lot of stuff, but, like,
you can have flat Earth with celestial balls above you.
yeah, I was even thinking something like that. Like, We can have a flat Earth and have all of space as we know it, and all of what NASA tells us about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, like, you know how they say, oh, this is like 13 billion years in the past, and then all of light coming to this very moment on our flat Earth. This is where, like, we are the very future, in an essence. You know what I mean? Like, that's all the past, and it all came to this kind of flat.
To me, it's not that different because I've got an open, weird, creative mind. I can just throw out all of the globe science and knowledge. All it is just the universe is above you instead of all around you as a planet, as an Earth. It's the only difference. It still has patterns that are half understood and balls, weird stuff. It could even still have its own gravity up there as a word that keeps the patterns together.
Yeah, I heard you earlier. You were saying that you don't really think that they're up there flying around and stuff. I really don't think there's something about it that has us stuck here. I really do, because like you could give them all the math, you could give them as much money as they need. We should have been doing this, like we should have been already out there, like on a regular basis. You know?
Yeah.
It just is so suspicious that like.
I feel like they're exaggerating. But also, I do half believe maybe they already know that it's half impossible to do what they want to do, and that's why they have to lie about it. Maybe we're not evolved enough with our tech to get out far enough.
Well, I like the idea that like sending people up into the heavens. I think they would all have like psychotic breaks. I think that like mentally it would rewire your brain, that it would just like you'd go into dementia or something. Like the psychological aspect of going up into the heavens, I think that would be a huge issue, unless they're like super drugged up when they go up there. Because I've seen a lot of those like super high altitude weather balloon things, and you really get the impression that, man, this isn't like where we should be. We don't belong up here. It's like this is not a natural thing. We shouldn't be here.
Yeah. Not at this point in our timeline, as monkey hybrids that are confused by religion and everything. You know, our ships are designed as willies. We're not at a point where we're not at Star Wars, Star Trek levels yet. Nowhere near. We're LARPing at the edge of the surface. That's what it seems like.
Don, what if they had, say they're going to do this SpaceX Mars mission where they send people to start a colony on Mars. I think the implications of say they send people up and then there's some sort of altercation when they land, and they end up killing each other on the way there, or they crash and they all die on Mars.
Yeah, it would be great.
I think that there's like spiritual, like historical, even like God and man implications of like what would this represent for the human race.
Yeah, definitely.
If they had like some psychotic, the first person to land on Mars ended up killing his crewmates.
I mean, what happens in the movies? Have you seen Sunshine? The guy that's stranded on the spaceship near the sun on his own, he turns into like a demon god, and they all go crazy. He talks to God and goes nuts. Yeah,
that's also a theme that I've kind of noticed in pretty much most, if not all, space movies, is that they all kind of go crazy.
You know what he decides? At the end of Sunshine, he decides humanity is pointless, and he's going to end it all now to help them. He's going to be the last human to see God, and he's going to destroy humanity and destroy the sun.
Yeah, that's psychotic, man. That's like that. I'll say one of my favorite genres of movies is one of like space horror movies. There's something about space horror movies that are just so cool.
Event Horizon, where they open that gate and they manage to sort the tech to jump from one to bend space so they can jump from one point to another faster. It just opens a portal to hell, and everything comes through, including Pinhead from Hellraiser. It just opens, and just horror and hell just comes pouring out into the spaceship.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just there's so much that says, we got about 80 something years maybe. Let's just be here on Earth. That's where we're supposed to be.
I mean, Sunshine. I keep thinking back to Sunshine. It's because it's about the sun dying and man blasting off into the heaven to save the sun for the rest of humans to carry on living. And when they're up there, it all goes wrong. And the one guy that went there first to do it just decides, I'm going to kill the sun because humans are futile and pointless. It's like, so when they get there, they go mad and decide it's not worth it. And they want to do the opposite.
Yeah, dude. That's why I like. You could look at any ISS footage of anybody on that ship or whatever. Those guys are all heavily sedated. Like, I don't care what those guys are drugged up. Like, I don't know what part of, when they wake up in the morning, they probably have a little tube of pills that they all pop them.
Yeah, definitely.
But they're all drugged up. I'll tell you that. You can see it and hear it.
I think that is a set somewhere underground or in a pool or on a vomit comet or a combination of all of them in a film set. And I think they're drugged up for that. So I can only imagine if they ever put someone on the real ISS, the amount of drugs they would have to be on.
Well, they just don't act like real people.
No.
Any of that stuff. They just act weird. They're like...
Same with newsreaders and politicians right now. Similar glazed over clown robot demeanor.
They have this like dead inside demeanor. Yeah.
MK Ultra.
Drug addicts in space.
Riggs gave me a crazy documentary where the BBC managed to fake space to 4 gullible people, I think, underground, and they had one actor go in with them. And they were in a simulator and they were jiggling about, and they faked seeing the curved blue line and all of that. And by the end, the 3 gullible people had a tiny idea that something was going on. But then they wheeled them out, opened the hatch, and they were on stage on Earth in Ipswich, and they'd never left Earth. And I'm sure they gave them a certain type of drugs and loads of programming and persuasion techniques. And they believed it. Scott Beach also wrote a book about faking space underground, people thinking that they're in space. A TV show, not a book.
Well, I've always really liked that the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, and mankind trying to go into the heavens and like deal with God. And they're like, You're gonna build a tower to heaven, and God was like, no, you're not gonna do that. In fact, I'm gonna confuse you guys and scatter you across the earth. I feel like, I don't know, that's a pretty flat earth little story.
I think there's truth in the whole thing. Even if it's, man's ego growing too much and God giving them a consequence.
Well, it's like saying like this world up here, this heaven world, you have to die to get here. You can't go here in your form.
Yeah.
Maybe, when we die, our spirits return to the sun or something. Or, I don't know.
Maybe it's like the temples in the jungle and the pyramids and the churches and cathedrals. They just represent touching the sky, a tower to the sky. They don't literally. The same as rockets, maybe. They just represent touching the sky, not literally touching it.
That's why I really like the idea of Lucifer, like falling from the great heights from the heaven, and then him and his buddies like fucking humans and then creating warped humans, and then here we are today. Like there's something like
It's
I feel like that might be
fact.
true.
It's
I don't
definitely
feel
true.
we belong here at all.
It's as true as the globe.
Well, it gives credence to that. I've heard Richard Dawkins make the argument that, oh, maybe we were brought by aliens. Well, it's like, okay, well, maybe we came from Lucifer.
Yes. What is the seeded from another planet, seeded from an alien or another ecosystem onto Earth? That's sort of them hinting at coming from alien giants.
Well, they just changed. They substituted demons and angels just for aliens. And
Yeah,
bullshit.
other worlds, other realms for other planets.
Like, I'm okay with calling like other creatures from different planets demons. They're like heavenly entities from another world.
I don't mind the term alien. I think that they're still demonic or angelic.
I'm just hoping there isn't like, giant space bugs, like huge wasps that, kind of figure out how to fly through that shit.
Starship Troopers like bugs.
Space bugs, bro.
Like fruit flies, but 20 meters wide.
Yeah. Like,
fuck.
I think we'd all be fucked if, they say, oh, if insects were any bigger than what they are, like, they would be the most terrifying looking things to walk the earth.
That's kind of what the alien films are about, isn't it? That same horror.
Big bugs, yeah. Bugs are fucking terrifying, dude. All bugs are really fucking creepy. Centipedes, spiders. All that shit's just creepy.
Satan in animal form.
Yeah, I think aliens would have to look like that. Some weird bug thing. Demons too, they'd all have to look like that.
We've been primed with a few different alien images, and demons all look like Satan, basically. To find an alien with horns, red with hooves, it's a bit unlikely. But we've been primed with little green men, or the grey men, just big brains, slimy bodies, big eyes.
Well, that's that Crowley image. They kind of all just, took Crowley's little image and said, here's what all aliens look like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's... But I reckon it wasn't just Crowley. I reckon all of that community was fantasizing about demon aliens at the time. And, that image came up in the zeitgeist. I saw it the other night, and I saw one, and they looked quite similar, and then people kept seeing them. They slowly built up a picture. But then we've been primed with the reptile version, taller than us. Not with the big head, but with reptile features.
I get the tail and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. The serpent, draconian style, which references back to dragons and dinosaurs.
Yeah, we're not really that creative when it comes to coming up with aliens.
No. And what's the other one? Palladians, so Aryans in blue costumes. And in the really far out mutated form that doesn't look anything like a humanoid. It's like a blob or an octopus or a bug.
Well, that octopus symbology of, the octopus eating the earth or something. That's an
Cthulhu kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very alien-like, and they don't have a front or a back. bit like a spider, a water spider.
I think they, with the whole recent popular current events with health and medical stuff, you know what I mean? I think that was, I think they took that kind of medical route instead of going the alien route. How you have Reagan saying, "Wouldn't it be nice if we had like an alien invasion to unite mankind?"
Oh right, yeah.
I think they ditched that one, which would have been badass, and they went with medical virus thing.
It's the same invisible enemy, foreign entity sort of fear, but it's totally more grounded.
It's a little more believable than the aliens.
Yeah, and easier to pull off because you can actually give people viruses in reality.
I wish they would have gone with the alien ones, to be honest.
I hope they do, man.
That would be kind of cool.
I can't wait, honestly. I think we're already there. We're on the precipice. The UFOs are on the news. 150 documents. So Obama saying we have evidence on high def camera and radar of technology that we have no explanation for.
They kind of want to do it. I feel like I get the sense that they kind of want to try to pull it off.
Yeah.
I like.
We're in the priming stages now, I think.
Okay, so like, say we have. I think say we have another world war, and they say it started by aliens. Like, people are gonna die. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people that die because. But I think it would be a really badass moment in history, where humans thought they were invaded by aliens, and then they all started killing each other. I think that'd be kind of a cool historical moment for humans.
I just imagine.
Very interesting.
Talking to my girlfriend about how the news is faked and how that alien that they've just shown isn't real, and then coming on Discord and watching it and laughing. But everyone else on Earth is actually believing there's aliens running around. It's going to be so great.
Well, they definitely have the technology to try. Like, I think they could pull it off, and I think they could make it even super believable.
They've been doing it for ages, and like slaughtering cows, crop circles, abductions. I think the CIA have been messing with reality and making phenomenon happen for a while.
If we're gonna have another world war, it's gotta be some cool sci-fi thing. Like, I don't want to go like, oh, the fucking Vietnamese are at it again. And like, come on, dude, we've already done that shit, right? We've done all this shit before. Let's have something cool. If we're gonna have a war, let's have a badass.
Do you think they could just announce on the CNN that we've finally spoken to another planet? There's alien beings on there. They've confirmed that they're much more intelligent than us and they know everything. And they've confirmed if we carry on eating meat, they're going to blast planet Earth to pieces with a laser. Do you think people would believe it with no evidence? Like,
they'd have to show footage of aliens like blowing something up, and they could just use like a big bomb or something and be like, "Look, this is what happened, and this is the moment where they made contact."
They could dramatize it into being real, couldn't they? Without showing much.
They could use a great big lie for a really good purpose. You know what I mean? That's why I'm not totally like I don't know. Say they wanted to fake some alien thing for the sake of getting rid of poverty. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm down.
It's like.
But we know the way it will go is the bad people will manage to fake it first. And they'll fake it just to make everyone believe in them more. They'll say it's cool. We've sorted out. We've made a deal. So as long as you go along with our new rules, everything's going to be fine. And everyone will say, "Great, new rules." They'll all go along with it. But yeah, I like the idea that some light workers could come together and fake an alien invasion for a good reason, like an anti-psyop, and all the elites would believe it. That would be great.
The rulers are like super dull, aren't they? Very
I
dull.
wonder how gullible they are. In what way? It's like, we could predict their mind tricks, then do it on them first, and see if they don't fall for it like we would.
Like I just refuse to believe that the peak of human progress is small businesses and hard work and just getting the economy working fine tuned. Like it's gonna have to take something really big and very almost like religiously mystifying for people to really leap into or switch into the next gear or something. It's not just going to be, oh, we need more small business, or oh, let's increase the minimum wage. It's like, come on, this shit's the hell. Like, we're not going to get anywhere if we keep doing this shit. Like, we're not going to get another renaissance or something.
We've spoken to aliens. We've all decided together that you should all pay 3% more tax, and that's it.
The aliens came down and like if America said that, who's gonna say nuh-uh? Like Switzerland or some shit? China maybe. But China would probably make something up too. Like they wouldn't want instead of a space race, it would be like an alien race, god race, or something. Why aren't they using God more?